Has anyone ever witnessed a shadow person and a living person interacting or working together? From 2004 to 2007, my best friend Katie and I worked at a small family-owned seafood restaurant in Winchester Bay, Oregon. In 2006, we were invited by the cook and a small group of regulars to come to a bonfire on the bay to watch the fireworks with them on the 4th of July. Thinking it sounded interesting and having no other plans, we agreed to come. Upon arrival, we find the boys drinking next to a huge fire situated in a large clearing-type strip of grass. There's a ton of regulations about burning in Oregon because of the risks of wildfires that can burn out of control very quickly. So this huge grassy area was perfect, especially since they had created a secure fire pit before lighting anything. This grassy stretch was surrounded on 3 sides with dense thickets of evergreens. There was one wide, clearly defined trail that led through the trees to the water's edge and a gravel parking area behind us. Being 20 years old, we weren't opposed to drinking, but we didn't really know these men that well, so we decided to stay sober and just enjoy the fire and the upcoming show in the sky, just in case they started acting inappropriately. After chatting for a bit, the guys decide they want to partake in an herbal smoking session. Katie and I say no thanks, and the boys head off into the trees to puff the chiba. Katie and I are standing alone by the fire, just vibing and enjoying the evening. Suddenly, I get this strange sensation, and my eyes keep wandering to a specific area of the tree line. It's a crawling sensation, which I'm trying to ignore, but I can't help myself. I just keep glancing over. After a minute or two, an older woman comes walking out of the trees. She was not on or near the trail. This tiny woman had walked through an area of thick undergrowth in the pitch black. She was short and looked frail, although it was hard to tell if she was dressed in layers of raggedy long skirts or dresses and had several shawls or blankets wrapped around her shoulders, like a human ragbag. She was hunched over and walking slowly, as if she were older and her joints were bothering her. She was a little over 100 yards away, and it was twilight, so I couldn't make out her face or features, just her outfit, which, I'm not gonna lie, was pretty creepy. Figuring she was a homeless person who deserved some respect and sympathy, I tried not to stare. However, when I looked over at Katie, she was watching this woman too. The woman had a force or a vibe about her that made it hard not to watch her. She gave off the feeling of a wild animal in your house, when you know it's probably not too dangerous, but you have to keep your eyes on it, just in case it becomes aggressive before you can get it out, if that makes sense. A feeling of unease that I kept trying to shake. Katie turns to me and asks if I'm seeing this. I reply yes. She's probably just a homeless person, poor lady. Katie responds by telling me that the woman is giving her a weird feeling, and that it makes her skin crawl to the point that Katie feels she shouldn't look away. This validation of my misgivings is not comforting. Katie and I stand in silence, watching the woman make her slow, tottering way along the tree line to our front left. I am still feeling bad for staring, and I'm going through all the reasons in my head that I'm an idiot for worrying about a decrepit grandmother, even if she does look like a stereotypical witch. Suddenly, the woman comes to a complete stop. Until this moment, she had been looking at the ground. She now stops, raises her head, and looks directly at us. A feeling of dread immediately hits me in the gut. My stomach drops. Her look feels malevolent, even though I still can't make out facial features in the dusk. Then, no shit, this woman raises her left arm and points straight at us, while letting out the most blood-curdling screech I've ever heard in my life. I think my heart stopped beating for a second. Then, and I will have this image in my head until the day I die, right in front of her pointing finger, a silhouette of a human made of what looked like black mist coalesced, a shadow person, the first one I'd ever seen. I don't know if it just appeared or if it actually came from her body. I barely had time to register what I was seeing before the thing flew towards us. It moved so incredibly fast that it blurred and covered about 300 feet in less than 3 seconds. This thing passed directly between me and Katie, on my left and her right. It literally blew my hair back over my shoulder on the side that it rushed past. We spent several seconds in complete shock, staring at each other with bloodless, pale faces. Simultaneously, we both turned to look at the woman. She was no longer looking at us or acknowledging us in any way, but she'd picked up her pace and was doing a hobbling sort of run in the direction she'd originally been headed, eyes on the ground. Katie and I stood in silence, each afraid we might have just gone mad. At first, I was afraid to even ask her if she'd seen that thing, but looking at her face, I knew she had seen something. She finally asked if I'd seen what she just did, because she wasn't sure if it was real. We compared notes and realized that we'd both witnessed the same thing. When I started freaking out about the fact that this thing had been real enough to blow my hair back, she admitted that while she did not experience her hair moving, she had seen my hair blow back as she turned her head to watch it move between us. I have no idea who that woman was or what she sent after us. It looked like a shadow person, but who knows what they even are. And never in my life have I ever heard of a shadow person doing a living person's bidding. And I've looked into it after this experience. I've never seen her again, and I surely never want to. This experience has bothered me for years, and so I bring it to the internet to find out if anyone else has ever witnessed a shadow person and a living person working together. Or to at least get some theories as to what the hell happened that night. I think we saw the shadow thing once more a couple of nights later, but it didn't have a human shape that time, so I'm not sure if it was the same entity, but the timing seemed too coincidental. Thanks for reading and commenting. I'm excited and also feeling a little nervous to hear some theories on this experience. I was recently discussing ghosts and sharing ghost stories with my best friend, and remembered this strange experience I'd had during outdoor education camp in 6th grade. I realized I hadn't thought about it for many years and decided to write about it here, because to this day, I have no idea what I actually saw, and it still gives me the creeps. My best friend had also been there at the time, but I'd been too afraid to tell her about what I'd seen, in case I was just crazy. We're now both in our early 30s. It was 2001, and the whole 6th grade class, so about 60 kids, had a week-long camping field trip in some redwoods, a couple of hours from our school. It was supposed to be a celebration for finishing elementary school, basically a week of swimming, hiking, crafts, and adventure. It was great fun. On one of the last nights, the camp aides took us on a night hike into the forest. There were about 5 to 10 camp counselors and teachers with flashlights, and the students got little glow sticks to hold. We first gathered in a large soccer field to get directions and organize our group. It was very dark, and we could see all of the stars in the sky. We were surrounded by thick, dark forest. As I marveled at the nature around me, I saw something white flittering about in my peripheral vision. I turned to see a strange, rapidly shifting, white entity. It seemed like it was glitching, the way that it was sort of blinking in and out of existence. It was almost pitch black outside, yet the figure seemed to be internally lit, with sparks of energy. Thinking it was my eyes adjusting to the dark, seeing floaters or ocular debris, I rubbed my eyes and blinked. I looked straight at it, expecting it to disappear, but it didn't. It actually seemed to become aware of me looking at it, as it moved back into the trees a little further, as I continued to watch it move about. When I looked away, I could still see it in the corner of my eye, starting to come closer. It emerged from the perimeter of the forest. At first, it looked like a humanoid, diaphanous figure. Then, it morphed into a wolf-like figure, running on all fours quickly. There was a good distance between me and this spirit, but I was still scared, and I felt sick to my stomach. I thought I was going crazy or something was wrong with my eyes. I didn't believe in ghosts, and I'd only had a couple of spooky encounters like cabinet slamming. Up until this moment, I'd always felt there was a logical explanation to everything. Anyways, we finally began our hike. My best friend was right next to me, but I told her nothing of this creepy-ass, shifting, transparent creature thing in the forest. The thought of her not being able to see it or thinking that I was crazy, that was too much of a risk. To my relief, we turned away from the side of the forest where the thing was, and we start to enter the forest on the opposite side. The trail was very steep. We hiked in a long line, with the camp aides at the front, middle, and end of the group. I was somewhere in the middle. After 15 minutes or so of hiking, I remember feeling a prickly sensation down my spine, and my stomach churned. I glanced behind me, and that's when I see the forest thing at the very back of the line, following us, or me. Although there were still a lot of kids in the line separating me and the thing, it was much closer than before when it was in the woods by the field. It now had a distinctly humanoid form, although its edges seemed blurry and in still constant flux. It had no face, and if I stared at it directly, it would fade somewhat, but not disappear. And like before, when looking at it peripherally, it became much more solid in form. I was scared shitless, but still said nothing to anyone. I decided my eyes were still tricking me. Once we got to the top of our destination, it was time to turn around. I saw the figure still hanging at the end of the line. Then, the front of the line doubled back, and to my horror, I realized I would be forced to pass the white figure. As soon as I got within 15 or 20 feet of the figure, it dissipated, like steam or smoke, right in front of me. I never saw it again. I didn't sleep that night in the open-air cabin, and I was very relieved that we were going home the next day. When I was about 12 or 13 years old, my friends and I had slumber parties, and we were really into graveyards, Ouija boards, and seances. I always loved spooky, scary horror stuff, and I wanted to see if I really concentrated on making contact, would anything happen. I had one friend at the slumber party who agreed with me, so we tried doing a seance just by ourselves. We were both holding hands and calling out for a ghost, the Blue Lady, to contact us or give us a sign they were present. And I felt something pinch me, not hard, but pinched me enough for there to be a red mark on my forearm. I asked my friend if she'd done it. Our eyes were closed when we were concentrating and chanting. And she said no, but I didn't quite believe her. I was suspicious, but a little freaked out if it wasn't her. So we told the rest of our friends at the slumber party. There were about 12 girls altogether, and they called bullshit and wanted to see us try again in front of them. I wanted to prove that it was my friend playing a prank on me because she was swearing that she didn't do anything to leave a mark. Well, my friend and I both sat there, holding hands again and chanting for the spirit to contact us, to give us a sign. Within about a minute, I went into full-body convulsions, and I couldn't stop shaking. My friend let go of my hand, and all of my friends ran away from me, screaming, and they hid under the pool table in the game room that we were in. I finally stopped shaking when I fell backwards on the floor. I sat up and I saw all of my terrified friends hiding under the pool table, and realized I was sobbing and gasping hysterically. At this point, all of us were crying and freaking out. I just wanted to go home. It was about 10 o'clock at night, so we went to call my parents for them to come and get me and take me home. But the phone was dead. My friend's parents had gone to a dinner party, and they weren't back yet. So until my friend's parents got home, we all huddled together under the pool table and kept checking the phone line. Still dead. Everyone kept asking me to tell them that I faked it just to scare them. But I couldn't, because I didn't fake it. When my friend's parents got home, we told them what happened, and they calmed us down. The phone line was surprisingly not dead anymore, even though we had continuously checked it until her parents had gotten home. This was the 1980s, and we only had landlines, no cell phones. Since it was already midnight by this time, my friend's dad told us to try to go to sleep, but that he would take me home if anything else happened that scared us again. Nothing else happened, but to this day, I can't explain what that experience was. I've never done another seance or used a Ouija board since that night in the 80s, even though I still have my mom's packed away in my grandma's cedar chest. I've never had anything else happen like that, so if anyone can offer me an explanation, I would be grateful. So this all has happened in the past, obviously, but it spans from around 6 to 7 years ago to about a year ago at its most recent. I'll try to keep it as chronological as I can, starting when I first actually remember seeing one, a shadow person. And for the first year or two of seeing shadow people, I would only see them, or it, outside, fairly far away. Like if I was playing outside with the neighbors, I would see something tall, like taller than a normal person, shoot from one house to another. And any time I asked a neighbor, they would say nothing was there. And once I even ran over to see if it was a dog or something. I know that's a stupid explanation, but nothing was there. This continued for a while, until one point, I noticed them at night. I'd see it stand just out of view, under a lamppost, and I could tell it was there, like I got the feeling I was being watched. Shortly after, as I started seeing it more often, I was in my room one night, being a kid, on an iPad, and I heard a noise from the side of my room. I had a flashlight, and shining it around the room, I saw nothing. I was in a loft bed, so I was scared there was something beneath it. But there was nothing. I don't know why, but I shone the light towards the vent that was visible from my bed, and I definitely remember seeing an all-black face with glossy, beady eyes, staring at me, then moving away from the light. I screamed. My mom came in, found nothing. About 3 years ago, one apparently was following me as I left in the dark early morning for the school bus. I didn't see this. My neighbor told me this, that as I left the garage and I left late, everyone else was already at the stop. I walked down the middle of the road and my neighbor yelled something to me, but I don't remember what it was. What I do remember is him and my sibling telling me that there was a tall, dark man right behind me. Checking the camera above the garage showed that nobody was present. Around 2 years ago, I abruptly stopped seeing it. This led me to believe that I was just seeing things and that it really didn't matter at all. But again, at night, I woke up to a feeling of something watching me. I rolled over and looked across my room, towards the door, and I saw a large, hulking figure, hunched over like it didn't fit in the room. I was too scared to move, but it literally faded away in front of me and disappeared. A month or so after that, I woke up with the same sensation, and I chose not to roll over, to ignore it, and I'm sure that it touched me. I felt a sharp jab, as if someone poked you a little too hard on my upper back. I jumped so hard and didn't go to sleep the rest of the night. Finally, I was telling the neighbors about all of this, and they seriously told me that a girl who lived down the street had the exact same thing. Like, she told a similar story before she moved. It was really freaky. As of the last 8+ months, I haven't seen or heard from it since. Honestly, I'm kind of curious about it at this point. This happened in 2015, just after I'd gotten my real estate license. It was a great year for selling houses. They were being sold like hotcakes, and the buyer's market was fresh with a ton of people looking to buy a new home. I was having a great year, and it had started to calm down a bit as we were hitting the rainy season. There was one house that I kept seeing listed and then taken off the market, only to be listed again. Each time, the price dropped. So it started to seem like something was wrong with the place. After about 3 months of watching the house, I decided to approach the sellers. I wanted to challenge myself to sell this home without them having to lower the price. The homeowners agreed. They were shocked almost that I wanted the opportunity, but I was confident. I had spent some time investigating the place, and by that I mean going over paperwork as well as the inspection reports. The house was in great condition. There was truly nothing wrong with this place. Easy sell, I told myself. Within the first week, I already had quite a few people who wanted to see the place, so I decided that I would host an open house. I brought in some decorators to stage the place. This is pretty common, and our office actually had our own staff to do this. We also had furniture and a storage unit. When I showed up to the house, I was kind of pissed off. The place was totally locked, which was great, but one of the large vases in the entryway had been broken, and a bunch of magazines from the holder were spread all over the living room floor. I quickly cleaned this up and started to set up the hors d'oeuvres. I'd deal with the decorators later, because otherwise they'd done a pretty great job. 15 minutes before opening, I decided to start a fire in the living room fireplace. Genius, I thought. It was rainy outside and a bit cold, and so I thought this would be the perfect finishing touch. As I finished lighting the fire, I heard the sound of a door close, and then a bit closer to me, the sound of another door closing. I checked my watch and then I looked out to the driveway. No cars except for my own. I walked back and found the door that had closed. It was the smallest of the 2 bedrooms. Apparently the first door closing was the closet within the bedroom, which was also now closed. I went inside the room to open the closet, and just as I did, the bedroom door slammed shut. It scared me, but like a jump scare. I cursed out loud, and then I walked out of the room, making sure that both of the doors were open first. Afraid this might happen while guests were there, I decided to find something to put in front of the doors to prop them open. I'd settled on some books that I'd found on the bookshelf, which I used to keep all the doors open. 5 minutes until guests would arrive. I sat in the kitchen area to keep an eye on the entrance. My back was facing the kitchen when I started to feel uneasy, like someone was watching me or was very close to me. I turned around, and then I jumped out of the bar stool so quickly that it actually fell over. Every single cabinet in the kitchen was wide open, and I found myself saying out loud, "What the actual as I was grabbing for my phone. I wasn't sure what I was going to do with my phone, but having it gave me security. I got the nerve to just walk into the kitchen and quickly shut everything. When I did this, I was again distracted by another noise. I couldn't even describe it other than a loud flutter. I was literally watching magazines be thrown across the living room and towards me. My heart started pounding as I ducked out of the way. And just when I thought that I would grab my phone to document what was happening, I watched as a strong gust of something threw large embers and a piece of wood from the fire and onto the rug just in front of the fireplace. Now, I was in disaster mode, rushing to the kitchen sink, where underneath we'd put a fire extinguisher. Running to the living room as fast as I could, I started to put the fire out. Once the log was extinguished, I just sprayed toward the fireplace itself, putting everything out before more fires could start themselves. Breathing in fumes and standing there, I heard another sound. The sound of someone pulling into the driveway. Showtime. People were literally starting to show up, and I had no idea what to do. I could not show this house, not in this condition, not ever. Just before walking outside, I glanced towards the bedrooms, and all of the doors are closed, and all of the books are stacked neatly in one pile. Hell no. I doubled back, grabbed my phone, my purse, my keys, and I ran outside. I had no reservations after what I'd just seen. I told the couple in the driveway that due to unforeseen circumstances, I had to call off the open house immediately, finishing with a suggestion that they don't look at this house at all. They looked a little confused, but they didn't question it. Taking my card, they got back into their car. I didn't leave the house immediately because I was afraid that I hadn't put all the fires out, and I really didn't want to burn these people's house down. It was bad enough that I was never going to be able to sell this place. I didn't need to destroy it too. While sitting outside, I called my dad, asking if he wouldn't mind coming by after he was done showing a property of his own. He agreed, and so I waited. Sitting in the car, I stared at that house, feeling off. What had just happened? I had no idea, but looking at the house, I could have sworn I saw something pass by the front bedroom window, the smaller of the two, the one that had initially closed its doors. I started my car, and I drove down the block, deciding to wait for my dad there. Lucky for me, the only things that were ruined in all of this were the things that our office owned. The house itself was safe from damage, but I don't know about safe in general. I mean, at one point, there were magazines and fire flying around on their own accord. That's basically the poster child of not safe. Anyways, I never did end up selling that house, though the couple was able to sell it eventually. It was on the market for over a year, which was unheard of at the time. But after what I experienced, I completely understood. Not everyone wants to actually live in a haunted house. I've never really known what to make of this event, other than what it really ended up being. A life-changing, potentially life-saving event. In 2010, I was traveling by means of bus, via a particularly well-known bus company, from my parents' house in northern Montana to Bend, Oregon. My plan was to meet up with some friends at their cabin for a couple weeks. I was going to be leaving for Australia for a paid internship, and I'd be gone for a year. So I was on the bus, in front as I usually am. I like to be in the first seat if I can. That way, I get off quickest, and most people don't like to sit there, so it's usually open. We'd been driving for quite a while, and I was really excited to hit the next bus station, because I needed to stretch my legs badly and get something from the vending machine. When we finally did stop, I made a mad dash for the vending machine area, and I proceeded to stock up on everything. As I reached down to grab my peanut M&Ms, someone grabbed my arm. I was instantly nervous, and I tried to release myself from the grasp. And as I turned, I could see that it was a woman. She was a very old woman, so I immediately thought that she was confused. I used my other hand to slowly peel her fingers off of my arm, and I tried to get her to look at me as I asked her if she needed something. At first, she said nothing, and so I sort of looked around, frantically, I guess. I was looking to see if someone in the crowd looked like they were missing someone. "Laura," she whispered. Chills started to run up my arms. My body was filled with goosebumps. "Excuse me? Do we know each other?" I had no clue how this woman knew my name. But she grabbed my arm again, and this time I was even more uncomfortable. She was now making direct eye contact with me, and again said my name, "Laura." Before I could freak out further, she kept talking. "Don't sit at the front of the bus, honey, please." I was so confused and upset. I just ripped my arm out of the woman's grasp. Some of my snacks went flying, and when I turned back around, the woman was gone. Now I was truly frantically looking around. I definitely had some clarifying questions, but when I couldn't locate her, I just kept repeating her words in my head. Finally, I decided I'd call my mom. Something about hearing her voice, I just started crying. It was honestly the strangest thing. Once I composed myself, I told her about the woman and what had just happened, what she said. My mom didn't want to scare me further, I could tell, so she acted like everything was fine, that the woman had probably heard my name, and that she was probably unwell. But it was my mom's suggestion that maybe I just take another bus altogether, just in case that woman was going to be on my bus. So I took my mom's advice. I grabbed the rest of my things, and I decided to hang out at the station until another bus was available. I ended up waiting around for more than an hour. I was just listening to music when suddenly my phone started blowing up. Text messages coming in from my friends. I went to read the messages, but my mom called, so I answered. "Oh my God, honey, thank God. You're still waiting for your bus, right?" She sounded almost manic. I reassured her that yes, I am. She told me not to freak out, that I needed to stay where I was. Her and my dad were going to come pick me up. I put her on speaker so I could go through my text messages and still hear what she was saying. My heart literally sank, and it felt like I had swallowed a giant rock. I ran over to the TV monitors. That fucking bus. The one that I was on. It crashed into a cement side rail along the highway. The driver had swerved into the side rail to avoid hitting 2 passenger cars that were already in an accident. I'm reading the text messages, reading the news subtitles, and listening to my mom as she tries to sugarcoat the situation. I tell my mom that I need to go to the bathroom and that I will call her back. I tell her I'm not going anywhere and that I'll wait for her and my dad. And then I just go sit in an empty bathroom stall for 15 minutes. I could not believe that I had actually just experienced a literal Final Destination moment. Laura. And that old woman's voice just kept echoing in my head. Finally, I called my friend. I needed to let her know that I didn't know what the plans were yet, that my parents were on their way to pick me up, and that I was alive and well. I asked her what else she'd heard about the accident. She said that the only fatality from the bus crash itself was the driver, that he died on impact, some sort of metal rod incident that could have likely killed someone had they been sitting in the first 2 rows. And I can tell you now that my friend was right. The bus driver did lose their life, and it was due to the metal rotting inside the concrete barrier. And that metal rotting pierced through the first 2 rows of seats. One man was sitting in the second row and had moved just in time to not be affected by that part of the crash. People walked away with injuries, but for the most part, they walked away. Then there was me, completely uninjured by the whole thing, haunted, but intact. As for the woman, I don't know. To this day, her face rings no bells, nothing significant about her looks, just an average elderly woman. But sometimes I wonder if it's possible, just somehow, some way, that my deceased grandparents were looking out for me. Like, maybe it's somehow possible that they found a way to reach me, to protect me. Yeah, I don't know. I guess no matter what explanation I come up with, it will always sound a little crazy. And it will continue to sound as unreal as it always did. This happened a little over 3 years ago. I still don't have an explanation of what exactly happened to me, but I've got this story. I kept waking up in the forest. That was the first strange thing I noticed happening to me. I'd fall asleep normally, just in my bed or on the couch, but multiple times over a 3-week period, I would wake up right behind my property line in the forest. Then, despite my efforts, it turned into every night. When this first started happening, my mind went to sleepwalking. It wasn't something I'd ever had, but I'd heard about it and I'd seen it shown as a real thing. I started Googling things like crazy, starting with that. After probably hours of clicking around, I felt sort of stuck. I mean, everything I found literally ended with something like consult a physician or see a doctor. I'm out in Live Oak County in 3 Rivers, Texas. And I'm sure that you don't know where that is because it's rural. It's so rural that we don't have a hospital and we don't have physicians. Our fire department is made up of volunteers. Not to mention, I work for myself. And all that means is I don't have health insurance. Even just 3 years ago, things were harder when it came to getting regular types of care like that. Anyways, since it had only happened a couple of times, I tried to let it go. I closed and locked all the doors. Again, I'd fall asleep with no problems until I found myself waking up in the forest. Weeks into this, my situation hadn't changed. It actually seemed to be escalating. I was now waking up in the forest with bruises and cuts. They were in all places. Not just places that you'd expect to bump in the night. Places like my inner arms, my inner thighs. I still wasn't going to be able to get to a doctor. So, instead, I went to the local drugstore, and I picked up some sleeping medication. Nothing serious, just some sleepy tea, some melatonin, and then NyQuil. But same problems presented themselves. And new problems, too. Now, I had dark bags under my eyes, and they were becoming more noticeable. Even the drugstore pharmacist noticed and recommended Tylenol PM. I was bruised, I looked awful, but when I was home, I felt pretty great. And then for about 2 weeks straight, I started having and remembering the same dream, just before waking up in the forest. The dream always started out by being blindly bright, and then my eyes would adjust, and I'd come to the realization that I was surrounded by fire. Oddly, I wasn't scared, but it felt like I was in a sauna. I could feel myself sweating. I would just look around and see nothing but flames, and just as I would start to feel like the flames were burning my flesh, I would wake up in the forest, sweating. But now, I actually was scared. And that's what I noticed. Once the dreams started, the fear did too. I stopped taking any sort of sleeping agent, thinking that that had to be my problem. I don't drink, I don't smoke nothing, so I knew that it couldn't be anything like that. Nothing helped to take the fear away, though, because the dream itself was damn near terrifying and happening nightly. Eventually, I noticed I wasn't eating. And I noticed it in that way. I was buying food and not eating it, just throwing it away, or I'd be putting it in the compost. Just drinking coffee and drinking water. It's like I had no appetite and I forgot to care. I remember joining a forum early on for sleepwalkers when this all started. And by this point, even the people on there started to tell me the same things that everything else online did. Go see a damn doctor already. I at least made some calls, but it was hard enough to get a hold of someone who would take me without insurance at the time. So I waited. It had already been several weeks of bruises, cuts, and now 2 weeks of the most realistic nightmares. I look terrible. My reflection, it kind of frightens me. But still, when I'm home, I feel pretty great. I honestly cannot explain it. It's hard to explain what happened next, too, because I only recall parts of the days leading up to it. It's times like this I wish I had been with someone. Along with not eating, I was also aware that my mail was piling up. It was as though I knew it was there and that I needed to do something with it. But then another part of me was really trying to forget about daily tasks like that. Had I even showered? Anytime I had that thought, I showered, but it's like I couldn't remember the last time I had. One night, I got on the Sleepwalkers forum, but I was shocked to see that my whole account had been disabled. I couldn't figure out what happened, and when I looked in my email, I saw that I received a message from the website saying that they removed my posts. I was no longer able to use the website either. The craziest part was that they said that I had violated their policies with the obscenities I had written on the website. I had never even so much as put a curse word on there. They wouldn't advise me of what I wrote, but they did believe me that my account must have been hacked or something. As I explained, I really needed that website. It was the only thing I had out here. Eventually, I got onto the website with a new username. I joined the forum, and I saw familiar names. I put out a statement that I was sorry if I'd said something that offended someone. I explained that I hadn't written anything, that I wasn't even sure what it was that I wrote. I received immediate responses, people asking if I was okay, that they thought I might have died, or that I was going to hurt myself. I was so confused, but most of them said they couldn't write what I had said as they were afraid that they would get banned too. There was one user that asked me for my personal email, saying that they could tell me some of the things that I said and that they had some recommendations for me. I just put my email right into the website. I had nothing to hide, and anyone who could help me at this point was a friend in my eyes. I didn't get an email that night, but I did have that same dream. Except this time, it ended much differently. This time, when I woke up, I could see the fire still. But it wasn't burning me. It was burning the left side of my house. It was burning inside my bedroom. I was completely disheveled. I immediately ran to my truck to grab a fire extinguisher. I knew that I was screwed. There was no way my little extinguisher was going to put this out. I tried anyways, as I thought about what to do next. I did have a phone inside. Likely my cell phone was toast, but my home phone was clear on the other end of the house. I ran and rang the police, asking them to send the fire department. That my house was on fire, and I had to evacuate. Within a few minutes, someone had shown up. It wasn't the fire department. It was my closest neighbors. They said they saw the smoke billowing from their farm about a mile down the road. They brought tools to help put the fire out, so all three of us got to work until the fire department showed up. By the time they showed up, we had contained the fire, but we hadn't put it out entirely. Soon, the police showed up, and they wanted to talk to me, of course, asking me exactly what had happened. I told them the best I could what I experienced, what I had been experiencing. The officer looked at me and said, "Are you telling me that you started this fire?" That wasn't what I was trying to say, but I guess there was no other explanation. The way he was looking at me, it made me uneasy. But then I thought about what I actually looked like, and it all made sense. The officers in the fire department asked if I wouldn't mind taking a ride to the closest hospital to get checked out. I basically jumped in the back of the car. I was desperate to get to see someone. And so before I would get myself a doctor's appointment, I would end up at a hospital by way of emergency transport. They kept me overnight for tests and observations, which was the first night in a while that I'd actually slept a real night's sleep. No dreams, no fires, and I didn't wake up outside. But by day 2, I was being sent home. $2,800 later, and they still didn't find anything wrong with me. They couldn't find a source for the fire either. The cause was left as undetermined, which I'll tell you in hindsight actually worked in my favor when it came to insurance. I was terrified I was going to not only face criminal charges for the fire, but also be out of a home. So when I was released from the hospital, I wasn't staying in the home itself. I was renting a trailer that I had parked down the road, and I'd bring it over to the house while I started construction. I had stayed at the property the night I was released with the trailer, and though I didn't wake up outside, I didn't sleep either. I was too spooked. It would be almost 3 weeks before I would get onto a computer again. When I eventually did, the first thing I did was check my email. I'd received a message, and it was from the same individual who said that they would send me a message the night of the fire. It had come through the next morning, and it read, "Dear Ed, some of your comments concerned users because of their vulgarity. Many of the statements used were out of character for you. They focused around hatred for things like God and prayer, even when there was no mention of them. Your statement of, 'I will burn every motherfucker to the ground,' starting with this motherfucker, was incredibly hostile and ominous. But it was your comments to others that likely got you banned. Attacking random posters with language like, 'fucking cunt,' and 'your blood is weak, just like your mind. You'll die in fear.' And of course, mentions of slaughtering things, including people and children. So, like I said, people were concerned, as it was very out of character. However, I was concerned for other reasons too. I just wanted to reach out apart from the forum, because what I'm about to suggest isn't for everyone, but I think it could apply to your particular situation. Have you considered the possibility that some sort of infestation or manifestation is taking place with you or your home? I ask that you think about the time leading up to your sleepwalking and ask, aside from the dreams you experienced after you started sleepwalking and ending up outside, had you had any other strange dreams? Dreams where you thought you were interacting with a loved one, someone you trusted. And also, do you practice any sort of religion? Honestly, I think that while you wait for a doctor's appointment, it would be a great idea to consult your local priest. I know you don't know me, and you have no reason to heed my advice, but I strongly insist that in the meantime, you find some sort of protection before you end up hurting yourself or someone else. I've attached a couple of links that you may or may not find helpful. I truly wish you the best, and if it's any consolation, I do believe you when you say you didn't write those things, and that's why I'm writing you today. Please take care. Reading that email, I went from totally embarrassed to scared. I sat in front of my laptop, immediately deleted my account from the Sleepwalker forum. I couldn't even believe the things that they'd said I said or that I had said. Either way, I didn't want to go back there. And then I sat in silence inside the trailer next to the house. I turned to look at the house, and I looked through the half-finished bedroom. I looked into the forest behind the house. At some point, I found myself in a trance-like state. I zoned out on nothing, basically. And the next thing I knew, hours had passed. Finally, I blinked my eyes profusely, and I looked away from the house and the forest. I thought about everything that person had said, and everything that I'd been reading when this all started. I was never one to remember dreams much, but I did often dream about my parents. They were both gone and were the only family that I had, so I liked seeing them in dreams from time to time. But now I was reading things about demons trying to reach you in your dreams, disguised as familiar faces like loved ones. That didn't feel right. But I was also reading that this can affect literally anything, this infestation, like cars, homes, inanimate objects, even forests. It wasn't long after that I sold the place. I still live in Three Rivers, but nowhere near the forest. And I personally haven't had any issues with sleeping, dreaming, or fire since. So I'm happy about that. Before I sold the place, I had hired others to finish the construction. And though I am not religious like that, I had a priest come out to bless the place. But I don't think the problem was the house. I'm willing to bet that it's in the forest behind it. This happened when I was 17 years old, back in 2006. I'd been living with my aunt at the time in California, working at her post-production studio and taking care of my cousins. My parents and the majority of our family lived in Washington, including my Uncle Kurt, who had just moved there recently with his future wife and stepson. I like to believe I'm close with everyone in my family, meaning I can usually sense when things are off, when someone needs to talk, stuff like that. I consider myself an empath, so with family or close friends, if I'm near them, I can typically feel their emotions. But this night, July 7th, 2006, something different happened. I was sitting in my aunt's living room, and we were having a great time, laughing and watching the show Psych. Suddenly, and I do mean suddenly, my eyes are filled with tears, and my heart feels like it had sank to the bottom of my stomach. I look at my aunt, and she's sort of half laughing and half saying, "Oh no, what's wrong?" Then my uncle, her husband, looks at me and does the same thing. Staring at both of them, I try to explain that I have no idea why I'm feeling so sad all of a sudden. I even start to almost laugh a little about how crazy it is that I'm feeling this way right now during such a funny show. I composed myself a bit, but then my aunt's cell phone rang. It was my brother, calling from my mom's phone. I didn't hear what he said, but I saw my aunt drop to her knees and then drop the phone. I rushed over to console her and to grab the phone, and unfortunate for him, I asked my brother to tell me what he'd just told my aunt. Through tears, he told me that Uncle Kurt had been hit by a drunk driver while walking home. He told me that someone, not the driver that hit him, but somebody else, had stopped to help Kurt, but that he died at the scene before ambulances arrived. Even writing this, I'm refilled with that crazy, intense emotion that I felt that night. I know it was somehow our connection that allowed me to feel that from such a distance. As heartbreaking as this whole experience was, I'm grateful for the experience. My life totally changed after that moment. I don't know what all of it means, but it's wild. I'd end up moving back to Washington after the funeral, and just a couple of years later, working at the same place as the woman who'd stopped to try to save my uncle's life that night. It was so great to get to reconnect with someone like that. And if that's not all great enough, I'd go on to meet the love of my life back in Washington, too. And later, through getting to know one another, I'd come to find out that his very first elementary school girlfriend was none other than the woman who had stopped to try to save my uncle that night. I thought it fitting that this woman be someone that everyone seemed to know and love. Kurt was one of those people that everyone loved and everyone knew. He was born premature and legally blind, so he didn't drive a car. But because of this, he spent a lot of time walking from place to place, making friends with the local gas station attendant, grocery workers, bartenders, people of all sorts. Basically, blind or not, he also appreciated a pretty woman, inside and out. So I know that even if he wasn't ready to leave all of us, he probably went out with a smile on his face, being held in the arms of a pretty girl. I'm also so grateful that he didn't die alone, and that ultimately he brought me home. When my mother was alive, we didn't really get along. She'd struggled with substance abuse most of her life, including when I was a child, and who knows, maybe even when she was pregnant with me. Overall, she tried, but she was trying while addicted to heroin. So this basically just meant that she was destined to hurt me and herself over and over again. This pattern resulted in me doing my own thing when I became of age to do so. I moved out before I was even 18, and I never lived with her again. She would still ask me for money, and sometimes she would need to stay with me temporarily. But we managed like this for a while. By the time I was in my early 20s, she was in a treatment program in Burien. It was near where we lived at the time. But she'd been in this same program many times before, and this time, I wasn't willing to stick around again and waste my life. I'd managed to make my way to Portland, Oregon, while she remained in Washington. Most of the time, she would call to guilt trip me, asking for money, or asking me to come home. Sometimes, when she was high, she would call to tell me how amazing I was. I never felt amazing, though. Usually, when we got off the phone, I felt pretty terrible. It would take me completely distracting myself with something else to get over that bad feeling. In life, I was never comfortable telling people about my mother. In all honesty, I was ashamed. I didn't want someone to associate me with her, and I spent a lot of time in that headspace. One relationship of mine basically ended because I wasn't honest about who my parents were or who my mother was. But part of me always thought that it was because of who or what my mother turned out to be. A couple years after moving to Portland, I was helping a friend move, and it was around noon, maybe 1 in the afternoon, when I got a call on my cell phone. It was my mother. So I stepped away to answer the phone because for some reason I couldn't bring myself to ignore the call. Sometimes I would do that, no problem, just call her later. But this time, I just felt like I had to answer it. She sounded really good, like healthier than I'd heard her sound in a really long time. I told her that. She thanked me, genuinely, and then told me that she was doing great. She said she absolutely loved the ocean and was so happy that she made her way out there. I told her I didn't realize that she'd taken a trip, and I asked her which coast she was at. She laughed and said, "Oh, honey, it's so beautiful. I just love it here. And honey, I love you." She hadn't answered my question, but I was enjoying our talk. She was happy, but it wasn't that manic happy that being high would normally produce. It felt genuine. She told me that she knew I was going to get that new job I applied for, that I was the most qualified and the one they liked the most. I hadn't remembered telling her about the job, but I laughed and said, "Yeah, I guess we'll see." I told her I was helping a friend move, but could I call her tonight? She said she'd appreciate that. Then we said "I love you," and that was that. It was the first time in years that I'd gotten off the phone with her and felt peace. I continued helping my friends move through the afternoon, and around 5, I got a call from a number I didn't recognize. I let it go to voicemail as I usually do. After finishing up with friends, I decided to head home, and on the way, I listened to the voicemail. It was from a detective at the King County Sheriff's Department. He was calling to inform next of kin regarding my mother's death. It would take almost 3 days before I would piece everything together. Initially and naturally, I was filled with sadness, and as I walked home, I sat on the curb. I listened to the message from the detective a few times, and he mentioned something about this morning. But I knew he couldn't have been right about that part because I talked to her in the afternoon. Once I'd gathered myself a bit, I left a message with the detective, explaining that I'd talked to my mom and that I'd be heading to Washington the next day. My mom had died of a drug overdose. She'd been on methadone, but apparently had also gotten a hold of some heroin. The two together are a recipe for disaster. It's unclear if this was intentional. There wasn't a note, but a photo of me as a child was found next to her body. The coroner had listed her time of death at around 3 a.m. that day. Despite what I thought had happened, there was no call from my mom's cell phone to my cell phone on that day. And when I looked at my phone, the call from my mom was on there, but it registered that it was a 1-second phone call. I have no explanation for this experience, but I do keep an open mind. My mother loved the ocean, and she loved me. She was horrible at showing it sometimes, and she could never really afford to actually live by the ocean. But in death, I don't know. It's like she found a way to be happy. I still talk to her all the time, as if she's here with me. And any time my phone rings and no one's on the other line, I like to think that it's her, just checking in. Oh, and she was right. I did end up getting that job after all. When I was 8, I attended my younger brother's exorcism. He was 6, and there was a patch in our childhood where he was experiencing vivid night terrors. He would often explain these night terrors to me in whispers after waking up from them on the lower bunk and climbing up to mine. So often that my second-grade teacher noticed how tired I was in class and kept me in one day from recess to ask about my recent exhaustion for academics. Believing I was telling a simple, annoying little brother story, I told her about my slumbers, constant interruptions, waking up in the middle of the night so my annoying little brother can tell me about his scary nightmares. She immediately started asking the uncomfortable, "This may be a CPS phone call," questions, which I replied, "What? No, nobody at our house is diddling us." My brother's dreams were not even about him being hurt. They're about him hurting my mom and me. Every other night, he crawls into my bed and says, "I just had a dream I killed you and Mom again." Then, he'd tell me how he did it that time, apologize, and cry himself back to sleep. Just then, I remember getting that gut feeling that I said too much, because my teacher had a distinct look of concern that she couldn't hide. She then proceeded to get my brother's teacher involved, whose classroom was 2 doors down, which then led to my mom being called. That's when I was certain I had previously said too much. We usually take the bus home after school, but my mom was there at the end of the day to pick us up. Before we left, we had to sit in the office while she talked to the school counselor behind a closed door. The school didn't offer my mom any helpful advice on how to combat the situation, and when we got in the car, she questioned my brother more on his night terrors. He started out by telling her, "It's mostly with a knife or a hammer. I once used a drill." Now, I was either too desensitized from hearing these stories on repeat for months, or had no point of reference at that age to understand the level of worry these adults were seemingly having over these dreams. Because in that moment, I remember genuinely being surprised that my mom's face contorted the same way my teacher's did. When he continued, my brother described scenes where he's not alone while committing the acts, and someone is in the room with him, watching from the corner. My mom asks if it's his brother, me, watching from the corner. Immediately he says no, almost in a tone defensive of my character, and replies, "Dylan always dies first. Then I go to your room." I watch my brother's eyes well up with tears, and he starts to sob while asking my mom if she's mad. She tells him no, and then does the only thing a parent can do in that moment: consoles her crying child. In 1993, my mom was a single mother with 2 young children living in a small apartment. All of our family is from out of state. We moved to escape an abusive father that she didn't want us to know. With no outlet to turn to for answers, she sought help from our local church. We weren't members of the church, nor were we religious in any way, but somehow, a desperate plea from my mother that I overheard through thin walls one night, the pastor agreed to get her connected to an older couple that lived literally across the street from the church. He said they would help us. When the day arrived of our little church meet and greet, that I'd later find out to be my brother's exorcism, my mom made us dress nice, all while threatening us about being on our best behavior. We arrived and walked up the stairs of an old wooden house until we were greeted by 2 wrinkled smiles. We walked in, and I noticed the whole house was dark. Every light was off, and every shade drawn. The only illumination was coming from the brief instant of us opening the door to enter, and the soft glow from the sun behind the dark, closed curtains. The front door we entered from leads to their living room, and from there, we were sat on a long couch. My brother sat in between my mom and I, and the old couple sat on chairs opposite of us, but more huddled toward the middle to where my brother was. They ask us if we know any Christian songs that we can quietly sing together with our eyes closed. A hard couple seconds of silence pass before my mom saves us from looking like complete godless heathens, quickly suggesting he's got the whole world in his hands. My brother and I join in, and we quietly begin singing the only lyrics we know of the only religious song we know, while the old man reminds us to keep our eyes closed and to focus on the Holy Spirit when singing. The couple then begin to mumble and chant in tongues, while leaning in and placing their hands on my brother's shoulders. It feels like at least 10 minutes of this go by until the old man starts to shake my brother harder. The old woman pulls out of her tongue speaking for a moment to remind us to stay focused on the holy word before turning back and starting to shout indistinguishable words at my brother. The old man gets up, knocking the chair back that he was sitting on, and shouts, "I found you, demon. Leave this child," and begins to quote scripture while shaking my brother progressively harder. I only knew this by piecing together sounds of the old man's voice getting closer and my brother's body bouncing harder off the couch that we were sitting on. From start to end, this event lasted, at most, an hour. My mom thanked them, and my brother stopped talking about his night terrors after that meeting. Either one, because they cured him, or two, because he didn't want to go through that again. One thing that I never told my mom or my brother is that I snuck a peek near the end of the session. I couldn't resist not knowing what all the movement was. I slowly opened up my right eye in a squint, and I saw what I thought to be true. The old man was violently shaking my brother, but as I watched, I swear I saw something tugging back on his jacket, pulling him towards the couch. Later, I attributed what I saw to an overstimulation of my mind during an event like that, because it was honestly too much to process as real. It's also easier to believe in an imagination being maxed out, rather than the thought of something really pulling back on my brother that night. The dark shadow is back. Back in 2015, I had a horrible dream, or so I thought it was a dream. My sister had just come home from a camping trip, late at night. My shift had just ended, and I'd gotten off late due to a miscount in inventory. I was finally home and excited to ask my sister how the trip went, but she was already asleep. Me and my sister shared a bedroom at the time, so I just put my pajamas on and went to bed. I had the most horrific dream, though. I was laying in bed drawing, and my mother barges in with no facial expression. I knew I was in trouble, but I couldn't understand why. She grabbed me by my shoulders, pushing me so hard I sunk into the bed. Right behind her was this older woman in a native white gown. She had long, shiny gray hair that seemed to reach her hips. She sat at my feet and whispered, As she said this, I felt my soul start to leave my body. It got to my chest, and I woke up in a panic. Once I looked up, I saw this long, black shadow reaching across my ceiling. It had long, dark fingers, an oval-looking head with white, sharp teeth. I was in shock for a few seconds, and then I yelled. By the time my sister woke up, it was gone. I told my sister about my dream, and she was so scared. She told me that at camp, they were sitting around a bonfire telling scary stories. She said that a girl told her that in every dream there was an old lady and a dark shadow. Keep in mind that I didn't speak to her because she was already asleep when I got home from work. And fast forward to last night. I was trying to sleep, and I saw it. The black shadow reaching over my ceiling. I blinked to see if I was imagining it, but no. I entered into a panic and I yelled. My fiancé woke up and turned the lights on. He said I yelled for more than 5 seconds, but it felt like it was just one. He didn't look up at the ceiling, and it was gone in the blink of an eye. I haven't been able to sleep well. I feel empty, as if my soul is gone. I don't know how to feel. I haven't told my fiancé yet, to not freak him out. But I'm so scared of the dark. I'm 26 years old, and I sleep with a nightlight again. Several years ago, when my daughter was around 4 years old, I experienced something that really creeped me out at the time. It still does, to an extent, but now I have the luxury of it feeling a bit further away. It happened in our old house, one that I was never really fond of. We rented it for several years, even a couple of years before our daughter was born, and it never really felt warm. I would decorate. We'd added our own style to the place, but it always just felt like a hotel room that we were staying in temporarily, that we weren't welcome long term. Before the incident with my daughter, which I promise I'll get into, I have to touch on some of the pre-existing oddities. There were 3 occasions where my husband had called out to me, aggressively. The first time it was something like, "Danny, are you serious?" And the second time he yelled, "Are you even listening?" We were newly married, but I'd been with him for years, and we'd lived in other places together for years. Not once had he ever so much as raised his voice. Alter his tone, sure, but not yell or feel the need to be abrasive with me. So those first 2 times, I'd responded hastily, and each time he was genuinely confused, walking into the room that I'm now yelling from, asking me calmly who I'm talking to. It actually was the basis of a small argument between us. It wasn't exactly resolved, but I forgot about it since it didn't happen again, until it did. I didn't think that my husband was home at the time, but he was working 2 different jobs and his schedule wasn't exactly pinned down. So when I heard the sound of drawers being slammed, followed by, "Hello? Are you coming or what?" I stomped down the stairs, ready to confront him, saying as I did, "Excuse me? What in the hell are you yelling about?" I was going to finish with, "Are we going somewhere I didn't know about?" But when I reached the bottom of the stairs, it was quiet. No one was there. I sort of fast-walked from room to room, saying my husband's name. No response. I moved to the front window. No car in the driveway. He truly wasn't home. I ran upstairs to grab my phone and I called him. No answer. I ran back down the stairs and I looked through the calendar that we had in the kitchen. According to that, he was working. I was totally freaked out. I decided to turn on the TV and open some windows. I don't know why I felt like it would help, but for some reason it did. About an hour later, my husband called me, and I explained to him what had happened while he was driving home. We were still on the phone by the time he pulled into the driveway. However, I heard a truck pull in before he said he was pulling into the driveway. As I went to the window, I saw nothing. Less than a minute later, I watched him pull in, hearing the exact sound I'd heard moments before. For a while, That was the last time I heard my husband's voice like that. I figure that either I got good at tuning it out, or it just sort of corrected itself. I was totally happy forgetting most of this. We would talk about it from time to time when discussing weird things, but we chalked it up to a weird glitch in the matrix. Sounds extreme, but when you truly have no explanation, it almost becomes the most logical. Then, we became parents, and basically life took over. If there was some sort of glitch or high strangeness going on, we were far too busy to be indulged. Fast forward a few years. Our daughter is 4 years old, is in the stage where she can get in and out of her bed, often finding her way into our bed. We keep a gate in the hallway and at the top of the stairs, as to prevent her from falling down. I remember it was 2007, because it was the first time I'd had the flu. I was incredibly sick and essentially took over the family bonus room downstairs. I couldn't get comfortable in our bed, so my husband set me up in there, with an air mattress, futon, pillow sort of thing. It worked, and I found myself in those feverish types ins and outs for several days. On this last day, though, I was finally feeling better. It was about 7 p.m., but I'd woken up, and I'd had more energy than I'd had in days. I was hungry, and I ate. All that good stuff. Because I was so awake, I found I couldn't or didn't want to go to sleep at a normal time. I decided I'd stay in the pillow fort one more night, allowing my husband and daughter to sleep while I fidgeted downstairs and hoped to eventually zone out on something until falling asleep. Around 8:30 or 9, my husband goes to put our daughter down in her room. I could faintly hear my husband telling our daughter a story. It was sweet, but I hadn't expected it since she was practically asleep in his arms on the way up, and I thought he'd come down already. I was leaning forward, trying to listen carefully, because again, it was sweet. Suddenly, my husband was in the doorway of the bonus room, and I actually physically moved backwards, terrified. He didn't look too great either. "Did you just hear my voice?" "I just heard my voice." He started to walk closer to me and said, "Do you think I have the flu now?" I shook my head, insinuating no, and told him that I'd heard that too. Instead of saying anything, he sort of rushed up the stairs to our daughter's room. Within just a few moments, I saw him emerge and turn out the light. He'd come back down the stairs to report that our daughter was sleeping. Nothing was out of the ordinary. And just like that, he was able to move on. He told me that he did think he needed some extra sleep, and he kissed me goodnight before heading upstairs. I saw him peek in our daughter's room, just making sure, I guess, and then he said goodnight down the stairs to me. I could see him atop the stairs, so I blew him a kiss as he went to our bedroom. As I said, I was pretty awake. By this time, it wasn't much later than 9. I remember watching TV, specifically Season 1 reruns of Top Chef. I sat there for quite a while. I remember thinking I needed to get up and stretch. It was about 10:30, and I was not asleep. In fact, I was starving, even after having a small dinner. So I got up and prepared some snacks, grabbed another Gatorade, and as I made my way back to the bonus room, I hear my daughter giggling from her bedroom. It was instantly creepy to me. I'd gotten this feeling that it wasn't her, but it truly sounded like her. It was her real and true giggle. But as her mother, it's like I couldn't buy it. I wasn't sold. I set my snacks down and headed up the stairs. The skeptical part of me is feeling uneasy. The practical side just wants to make sure that she's in bed. Once I hit the top of the stairs, I hear 2 voices, and it sounds as if my husband is once again reading a story to our little girl, and that she's giggling. The lights are off. I enter the room and quickly flip on the light, but there's nothing. No little girl, no husband. I quickly make my way to our bedroom, where I see them both snuggled and asleep in bed. Upon finding them both there, I was expecting to feel relief, but I'd just heard all of that. I was awake, still awake. I walked back to my daughter's room and I closed the door. I had, and still to this day, have no idea what happened. I've read about a gazillion things on the subject of mimics, doppelgangers, demons, time slips, you name it. But it all leads to the same answer, which is essentially that there is no answer. It could be any of those things, or none of them. I don't have mental health issues, not in my family or personally. And I have one validating moment of my husband hearing it too. Plus, I just feel like it's connected to that house. Before living there, I'd label myself as a fan of scary things, but absolutely not a believer of anything paranormal or supernatural. I'd never had any sort of experiences before moving into that house, and I've never had anything like that happen since moving out, which was over 7 years ago. I was scared for over a year after that happened, and that's what led to so much research. I just wanted to be able to explain it, and when I couldn't, it felt like pushing to move was the only decision. The original owner of the house really wanted us to stay, saying we were his best tenants, and he'd love to give us a discount on rent, etc. And for some reason, that made me even more wary of the space. So I don't know. These were the strangest, creepiest experiences of my life, and I feel the need to share them. Like, I know I'm not crazy, so that helps. But all that means is I experienced something that I don't have the ability to truly explain, because no one can really explain it to me. And that makes my brain hurt on most days. When I was about 5 years old, my parents were in the process of moving houses. Because of the amount of time the property purchase was taking, we had to move into a small cottage near the seaside in Devon. At first, I liked the place. It had nice views and was rather cozy inside, with its 19th century feel. It was, however, built right next to the town church, most likely on a few graves as well. Anyway, I was loving my first few weeks there. I had a nice, spacious room, and I was living right by the sea. However, after a short period of moving in, strange things began to happen to my family. One day after I arrived home from school with my mom, we noticed my dad. He had been working from home that day, and he was rather shaken up. He went on to say that he'd been working on his laptop in the lounge when he'd suddenly heard somebody stomping right above him. At first, he was afraid somebody had broken in, and being the fairly burly man that he is, he climbed the short flight of stairs to confront whoever it was. He found nobody upstairs. I should also mention as well, for any immediate skeptics, that throughout my whole time living there, we never had any neighbors, because the houses next to ours were holiday homes for renting. The footsteps continued, and all of us heard them. I heard them a few times when sitting and watching telly with my parents. Plus, visitors to the house heard them too. But the happenings didn't stop there. It was actually my dad who saw and heard most of what happened. And he has actually been reluctant to believe in anything paranormal. He often said that around 3 o'clock some nights, he would hear a click, and on would come the bathroom light directly across the landing from his room. It was a pull cord switch. He checked the switch and never found any faulty wiring or anything that could cause it to come on randomly. That, and we often found the taps in the sink or bath running at full blast, and they were stiff to turn on anyway. I remember when my older cousin, who was about 8 at the time, came to stay for Christmas. None of us actually mentioned what we'd seen or heard to him or his parents, because by that point, we'd gotten used to it. Now he was staying in my room. His dad was sleeping downstairs. And to this very day, he tells me that the second he entered our house, he felt as though something was watching him. And this is a man who has a degree in physics and will often look for a logical explanation for anything unusual. He said that when everyone had gone to sleep, me included, he, however, remained awake, wide awake, as the feeling of discomfort had worsened. While sitting up in bed, he told me that he saw the shadow of someone's feet under the beam of the landing light, poking under the door. What was strange was that despite the old structure of the house, there was no sound of footsteps or creaking. He said that the feet stopped outside my door for about 10 seconds before moving on. Another time he visited, both his parents came this time. I remember one terrifying occurrence. Under the stairs was a small guest bedroom. It honestly felt like a cupboard. I can't remember the reason why, but I ended up having to share that room with my aunt. Anyways, it was about 4 a.m. when I was being kept wide awake by her snoring. Then I heard something. The door was slightly ajar, and I began to hear the sound of children giggling in the lounge. I didn't dare move a muscle in my sleeping bag. I just stayed still and listened. It carried on for maybe 5 minutes, seemingly getting louder. I eventually managed to drift back to sleep about an hour and a half after it stopped. The most conclusive paranormal experience, in my opinion, came about 2 months before we moved out. We had many of my relatives and young cousins over for a gathering, me being the youngest. I was always a very hyper child, even though I've grown up to be a shy and quiet person. I would always go over the top and be told to cool down. On this occasion, I had pushed my mom too far, and she told me to sit on the stairs with the door to the lounge closed until I calmed down. That was when I saw something that would burn itself into my mind forever. Because of the short flight of stairs to reach the landing, I couldn't help but get the feeling of being watched as I sat at the bottom. And I just so happened to turn around and was greeted by the sight of a dark figure standing at the top. It was like a watery see-through figure of a person. I couldn't make out what gender. I saw it and it saw me. We stayed there, vision locked for what seemed like ages, but was probably only seconds. It then began to almost glide along the landing. I watched it as it passed my bedroom door and entered my parents' room. For some reason, I decided to follow it after it entered the room. I made my way up the stairs and flicked the light on in my parents' room. There was nothing there. We moved out to our new house shortly afterwards. I've told this story to many people. Some believed me and some said that it was just our imaginations. Although, I can say now, I'm nearly 20 years old. No money in the world would get me to spend another night in that house. Nearly every other member of my family has said the same thing. I wanted to share it with more people to see what they thought. I hope you enjoyed my story. I'm 26 now, but this story is from when I was 13 and my younger brother was about 6. Every year, usually on summer vacation, my family would take a road trip. Each trip, my dad would pick a random destination, and then we'd each get to pick something fun that we wanted to do on the way there or on the way home. Usually I'd pick something like swimming. My mom would always pick a real touristy thing like largest ball of yarn, and my dad, the history buff, always chose something history-related. Ghost towns, old western towns, industrial towns, places with a lot of history. Not exactly museums, but places where he could be the tour guide. We live in Chicago, and this year we decided our destination would be Denver. I chose the Schlittervahn Water Park in Kansas City. My mom chose Dorothy's house in the Land of Oz, which is almost exactly what it sounds like. But where this trip got real interesting is when we visited the town of Dodge City. Dodge City, Kansas, is an old western town that was booming in the days before railroads were up and running. Fun fact, this is the town where we get the saying, "Get out of Dodge" from. So, we're doing our thing, walking around, allowing my dad to tell us everything he knows about the place. My little brother is between my mom and I, holding each of our hands, being a 6-year-old and mumbling to himself. And suddenly, he lets go of our hands. He starts running ahead of us while shouting excitedly, "Okay!" as if he was responding to something that someone had said. My mom nudges me to go after him, so I bolt off, but by now he's already stopped running, and he's hopping in front of the old drugstore. He leans down and he picks something up from under one of the benches. As I run up to him and I ask him why he ran off, I tell him to grab my hand. As he does, he shows me what's in his other hand. It was one of those souvenir pennies that was flattened. It had Dodge City, Kansas printed across it and some old Western designs. My little brother proceeds to tell me that his new friend said that he would show him a lucky penny if he followed him. My parents caught up and asked my brother the same question. I couldn't wait to see their expression. My mom asks immediately after, "What friend?" My little brother tells my mom, "I don't know. You saw us running." So my parents sort of laugh it off, thinking he's got a wild imagination. I ask my mom and dad to look at the penny, and I tell them that part of the story. My dad is fascinated and asks my brother, "Does your friend live here?" And my brother tells my dad, "Yes, he looks like a cowboy, Daddy. He looks like me, but he's a cowboy." And just as my dad starts to lose interest, my brother continues, "He was locked in a closet for too long." And then, "Lots of people didn't leave here, Daddy. Lots of people got stuck." We all sort of just walked in silence, wondering if my brother would have more to say. But that was it. Until we were leaving Dodge City. That's when my brother told us to wave goodbye. He said his friend couldn't come with us and that we had to say goodbye. As we drove away, all 4 of us were waving to an imaginary friend that none of us were too sure was all that imaginary. And my little brother, he never talked about an imaginary friend again. 13 years later, he doesn't even remember it, and it drives me crazy. But we do still have the lucky penny. In college, I spent New Year's Eve at a house that a couple of friends lived in near campus. It wasn't a huge rager, probably like 10 or 15 people, and it was a bring-your-own-beer situation. Being in college, we naturally brought more than just alcohol. It was probably an hour or so past midnight when people started to leave. Myself and a few friends were still pretty drunk, and we were probably going to be staying the night. So we just kept smoking and hanging out in the living room. Suddenly, we hear a loud bang coming from the front door. It was so loud that it cut right through the music. So we grabbed one of our friends that lived in the house to see if they would answer the door. They looked out the window, smiled, and then turned to all of us laughing, saying, "It's that rollerblading lady." I knew exactly who he was talking about. She wasn't exactly his neighbor, since he didn't know which house was hers. But he and myself had seen her rollerblading around the neighborhood from time to time. So our friend lets her inside, and as she put it, she'd been spending her New Year's Eve getting fucked up and rollerblading around town. We actually thought at the time that was pretty cool. We let her change her skates, and she said she needed to call her husband. She told us that she'd lost her keys while skating at some point. Fair enough, we thought. At first, she did seem cool. Maybe a little bit wasted, but who wasn't? She was asking us how college life was treating us. Normal questions. And then she moved on to excitedly bragging about her kids and her husband. Rambling, really. They're top of their class. Her husband was a firefighter model. One of my friends asks her if she has any pictures of her family. So she shows us a picture of her kids, and they look nothing like her. That's probably common, but I said it out loud, just as a drunk observation. So she says that they look exactly like their dad, but she had no photos of him. No family photos from a woman who seemed to do nothing but brag about her family and their looks. Mind you, she's showing us this photo via a cell phone. Everyone has more than one photo on their phone, one way or another. For some reason, at this point, I started to feel a little sketched out. Not having a real reason, but I was drunk and stoned, so I was questioning if it was just paranoia. I swallowed it and maintained my composure. But then, she was starting to get too comfortable. She sat back on the couch, where she could see everyone basically, and started asking really specific questions like our full names, where we worked, not just how old we were, but our birth dates. Now it was the whole room feeling sketched out. One of my friends walked into the back room. I followed, and so did one other person. My friend said that he was worried that she was a cop, that we needed to slowly hide the drugs and to just not leave her alone in the living room at any point. So we started to take shifts, going in and out of the back room, plotting on how to get rid of her, while some stayed in the common area to entertain. During these shifts, when I was in the living room or front room area, and the others were in the back, still trying to figure out how to get rid of her, she was trying to get everyone to take shots with her. Everyone who was underage, myself included, refused, and only a few people who were actually of age joined in taking the shots, mainly the people that lived in the house. She got a little aggressive when she saw that a few of us weren't drinking, and she asked very abruptly if we were leaving tonight or something. Then, she asked who was all staying there tonight. Basically, all of us were. But I just lied and said, "Yeah, I have to get going home eventually." She took that answer and kept pouring shots for everyone. That's when I noticed that she was pouring her shots out into the sink when she thought that nobody else was looking. Yeah, I didn't know if I thought that she was a cop. The idea of a strange woman trying to manipulate us for unknown reasons, it really creeped me out. However, no one drinking in that moment seemed to catch on, and so I was about to ask why she did that, when she very suddenly left the house. We all took note that she left her skates and her vodka. And while we were glad that she was finally gone after almost 2 hours, we went after her to return her skates so she wouldn't have a reason to come back. She couldn't have gone far, as she just left the house, but none of us could find her. Eventually, we gave up, and we left the skates outside the front door. We thought leaving the vodka out was a pretty bad idea, so we took it inside and tried to forget the weirdness of the night. Later that night, after everyone must have passed out, I'm woken up by my friend who's sleeping on the floor next to me. She's now sitting up looking at me very seriously. She says that it sounds like somebody is trying to break in. And she was right. The door handle was moving rapidly, like someone was trying to open it, and it sounded like metal scraping metal. After remaining frozen for an extended period of time, I slid off the couch and told my friend to follow me as we crawled back to the bedrooms to grab one of the guys. We found our friend, but for the life of us, we couldn't wake him up. If he wasn't snoring so hardcore, we actually may have thought he was dead. We stayed silent and could hear somebody walking around the outside of the house. The house was surrounded by gravel and not grass, and we could hear the sound of someone walking on those rocks. "It's totally that lady," I said to my friend. We both sort of grabbed each other's hands and decided to move on to another bedroom. As we were leaving this one, we froze. We see a clear shadow outline of someone trying to look in through the window. One moment later, they're attempting to open the window. Thank goodness these guys keep things locked, is all I could think about as we skittered to the room next door. Our friend in this room was sleeping like a rock as well. Nothing that we could do to get him to wake up. But his girlfriend was there too, and she woke up no problem. Confused, she asked us what was going on. We quietly tried to explain, pointing to the windows and making shushing noises. But before we could finish, she heard the footsteps too. And she started to try and wake up our friend. Without any luck. We sat in the dark room, in silence, sort of exchanging looks of angst. My friend says that we should call the cops, but we can't help but think about the consequences for ourselves. Alcohol and paraphernalia, they were prevalent everywhere. And it wasn't our house. What if our friends got in trouble? So we, all four of us, laid in bed. Our friend's girlfriend was clenching a taser that she'd grabbed from her purse, as we listened to someone proceed to walk the perimeter and try every single window and door to the house. Eventually, they gave up. And after we felt that they were gone, we must have fallen asleep, because the next thing I recall is it was morning, and I was jolting awake. My friend and my friend's girlfriend practically did the same thing. As we were all waking up, we start to go into the various rooms and can't believe that these guys are still sleeping. The first thing that my friend says, the one that wouldn't wake up first, "Dude, that lady slipped us something." Then it's just rapid fire of exchanging stories and feelings. And the three of us girls talk about how someone, likely that lady, came back last night, literally trying to break in. Our friend runs outside and sees that the skates are still there. Confused, we all sit around and we put everything together the best that we can. We come to the conclusion that anyone who took a shot with that woman found themselves feeling very drowsy, not like a drunk they'd ever felt. And then they blacked out. No one remembered how they got to their beds or what happened once they were there. But for me, my friend's girlfriend, we didn't notice anything off about the guys before they went to bed. Anyone who didn't take a shot was totally fine. So we know that she drugged my friends and that she tried to break into the house. We just aren't really clear why. It's not like college kids are rolling in the dough, and there weren't any clear valuables in the house. Even the TV that she could see was an old clunky one that she'd never be able to carry on her own. And why would she want it? I guess we will never know because she didn't come back for those skates. In the 3 years that we remained in the area, we never saw her again. But also, What exactly did she slip into that bottle? When I was 12 years old, me and my family got into a bad living situation. We got evicted, and we had nowhere to go. We aren't wealthy by any means, but our family, that's different. My grandparents, to be specific to this story. So after a lot of debating and many fights between my parents and I, they decided that we were going to move in with my grandparents. Where we were living, it had 1 bedroom, a bathroom, a TV, and 2 beds. Me and my sister would share a bed, and my parents would share the other. Okay, now a big thing is that we have 3 cats, Ginger, Angel, and Tim, and they were staying in the woodshed, which was up the hill and down a path. And to give a picture of the house, it was 3 stories, in the middle of nowhere, private property, and gated. There was a password to even get into the driveway, which went up a mountain and took about another 15 minutes to drive. My grandparents had workers that they paid by the hour. Blake, Sam, and Chad. I'd only ever met Blake, and he was really nice. He was 20 and he had a 2-year-old kid. One day, when I was going out to feed the cats, I saw a guy come out of the shed. He asked me if I needed a ride back to the house or if I wanted to walk. He said my name and told me that my grandparents had a big Christmas present coming for me, since it was around that time of year. I said I was good and that I could walk. He said okay, and he gave me the key to the shed. I fed the cats, and then I walked back. At dinner that night, I brought up the man, and my grandparents went white. No one was working that day, and no one, other than Blake, knew who I was. The so-called Christmas present, it was real, but they hadn't told anyone about it. They had the key to the shed, and they even had the spare, which was kept under a gas can in the basement. After that, my grandparents got their guns and went out. They searched the entire property for hours, and they didn't find anyone. How did he know my name? This is a long story, but good. And as true as 33 years of time-faded memory can allow. I like to think that I do remember it vividly. Some background first. When I was in 2nd grade, my parents got divorced, and my mom moved my 2 brothers, my sister, and me into a rental house. Looking back on it as an adult, it was a terrible place, but it was what my mom could afford. The floors were uneven. The house was sided in roofing shingles. The stairs shook as you walked up, and the stove required an external propane tank. There was also a dirt floor cellar with an awesome little hiding place under the stairs. Definitely a hell house, the stereotypical house for haunting. For 7 or 8-year-old me, though, it was pretty awesome. It was also my first house that didn't have wheels. My newly single mom would go on dates every weekend and would leave me with my 15-year-old sister to babysit. Though, as soon as my mom would leave, my sister would bolt off to a party or boyfriend's house. My oldest brother was 20 and would only come home when the mood suited. And my other brother, he'd always go to a friend's house a few blocks away. I was 8 years old, alone in what I now know was a crappy house. Another important note is that there was the master bedroom, a bathroom, dining room, and kitchen on the ground floor. Upstairs there were 3 rooms, my sister's room, my room that I shared with my middle brother, and the other room with a padlock on the door. Now, it's story time. I'd always heard funny noises in the house, but my mom always told me that it was just an old house. And my siblings, they never really paid any attention. But one of these wonderful Friday or Saturday nights, I was alone in the house and watching TV. I heard footsteps coming down the stairs and a child's giggle. I looked over at the stairs and there was nothing there. I hear more footsteps, nothing there. It's just an old house. More footsteps coming from the kitchen and down the stairs into the cellar. The noise stopped for a while, and I settled down, just watched TV. About 15 minutes later, I hear someone running up the stairs and into the doorway leading into the living room, and then they just stop. 8-year-old me is freaking out. So is 41-year-old me, remembering it. But that was it at first. Fast forward a few weeks of horrified and ignored me spending Friday nights sitting by myself while no one in the family could possibly be bothered to stay home with me. Something would always happen, and I was always told that it was just an old house or I was imagining it. And then my imagination spoke to me. I didn't see anyone there, and I just thought my sister left her radio on or something. I look back toward the dining room, and there's a little girl, about 7 or 8 herself, standing there. She looked vaguely like one of the kids that lived behind us, but before I could ask why she was in my house, she giggled and ran off and went straight upstairs. I ran after her. I bolted up the stairs and I saw her at the top of the landing as she ran off again, past my sister's door, past my door, and around the top of the stairs and into the third door, slamming it behind her. Remember what I said about that third door? It was padlocked shut. I ran downstairs. I didn't stop to put on shoes, and I was out the front door and around the back of the house to the detached garage to hide until someone came home. I guess the mood suited him because my oldest brother came home. At first, he was pissed at my mom and my sister for leaving me at home by myself, but finally, he asked me what had happened. He didn't believe my story at first. Who would? Until he looked up at the window to the third room. The light was on. We stayed in the garage for a while until I was okay to go back inside, during which time my sister got home and she got one hell of an ass chewing. The 3 of us go inside and they leave me to sit in the living room while they investigate my story. I heard them messing with the padlock and then a loud crash. Some stuff moving around and then, oh, holy shit! Click of a light switch, slamming door, running footsteps down the stairs. And then I see my brother and sister sprinting towards me as they pick me up, and we all load up into my brother's car and drove to my grandparents' house, 2 towns away. We told them the story, and then I heard what they found in the room. It was a lot of furniture and stuff, but my brother said that he found a picture. It looked like a little girl, the one that I'd told him about. And my sister found a rug that was stained. It was either red wine or blood. She didn't wait around to find out. They just grabbed me and booked it. I never had to step foot in that house again. But fast forward many years, about 20 years, I had just gotten out of the Marine Corps and I was working as a corrections officer in my home state and was helping with inmate files. I noticed a familiar address. It was that house. Here's the rest of the story as I know it. After we moved out, my brother had called the police because of the other stuff that they'd found in that room, and apparently there was an investigation. The red stuff that my sister had found on the rug was a bloodstain. As this was the 80s and a very small town, DNA wasn't yet a forensic tool, so they couldn't tell whose blood it was, only that it was human. The neighbors said that the father of the family that owned the house was always drunk. They suspected abuse of the mother and the daughter. Then one day, they suddenly just left for Arizona and rented out the house to subsidize income, locking up all their furniture in that one room. The parents were arrested on an unrelated charge. After that, the house was condemned and they had to get their stuff out. But they never did find the little girl until, in preparation for the demolition, they were digging in the cellar, in my little hiding spot under the stairs. This is the only time I had a threatening, skin-to-skin encounter. In June of 2019, me and a friend had decided with our girlfriends that we were going to go camping. We finally get all our stuff loaded and get in the car and put the address in the GPS. We set off on the trip, and after 3 hours of driving and 45 minutes of hearing my friend and his girl argue, we finally arrive. We get out of the car, and me and my friend begin unloading. After getting my stuff, I start getting my girlfriend's stuff. As I was, my friend was asking his girlfriend why she needed 3 bags for one night. She smiled and opened one of them. It had an ounce of weed, pre-rolls, and other goodies. Now, knowing that we had weed, we had to find a place to camp that wasn't near other people. It took until sundown, but we finally found a perfect spot. We decided that after we got everything taken care of, we would eat hot dogs and smoke a blunt. We started to build a campfire to light the area so we could set up our tents, but we ran out of wood in the immediate area. So I said I would go get some while my friend stayed with the girls. I set off on my journey, and after about 2 minutes, I found some sticks to use. I started picking up the sticks, and all of a sudden, I felt someone grab my wrist. I looked up to see a man with a blank expression. For a man, he had surprisingly long fingernails, and he was digging them into my wrist while trying to grab my other wrist. I turned my head to not see his face and screamed for help. My friends shouted a response saying that they were coming. After they shouted, I immediately felt relief in my wrist. I wasn't struggling to keep my arms down, so I turned, and the man wasn't there anymore. I turned and ran as fast as I could, terrified. I met my friends and said that we had to leave immediately. I didn't even explain myself, I just wanted gone. We load up our stuff and take the long walk back. We get to the car and load our bags in. I explained what happened as we were walking back, and it scared them enough to make them want to hustle. I had a picture of my wrist immediately after, but my iPhone broke, and my iCloud wasn't backed up, so I lost that picture. I do have a picture of it now, though. It has since become a scar, which shows just how much force he put on it. I'll post a picture of it on my profile for anyone who's interested in seeing it. It was absolutely terrifying. When I was 17, I was living with an ex-boyfriend, and we'd go swimming late at night with some of our friends at a public pool, illegally. One night, my ex-boyfriend and I went to a friend's house to see if her and her husband wanted to go for a late-night swim with us. They said yes, so we packed up and left. When we got to the pool, it was about 11:30, and it was really dark, obviously, so we had our flashlights, and we always had out knives for protection against wild animals. Anyways, we were swimming, having fun, talking and such. But then we heard something in the woods next to the pool. Keep in mind, the pool was a fenced-in area because it was a public park. So we felt kind of safe. When we heard the noise, we got very quiet and we listened. We didn't hear or see anything when we shined our flashlights around the woods. So naturally, we went back to swimming. I was still freaked out a bit because it was dark and it was late. I was shining my light around the lake that was nearby, and I saw what looked like eyes standing 7 or 8 feet above ground. I stared at it for a good few minutes before it turned and walked away into the water of the lake. I asked my friends and my ex-boyfriend if they saw what I did, and they all said no, but that they'd heard something in the lake. To this day, I want to go back to that lake at night and find out what it was, because that was the scariest thing I've ever seen. So I've been a late-night janitor at schools for a while now. I just like cleaning and chilling on my own. Last week, I started a new job at this school that's part of a church. I'm not religious at all, but it seems like a nice place, and the pay isn't bad. I'm primarily in charge of cleaning the early childhood area and the halls before locking up and heading home. I go around with the cart, wiping everything down and making sure to empty the trash cans while the janitor before me is still there. After they leave, I'm left with the mop and the vacuum to finish the rooms and move on to the hallway. Now, I'm no spiritual guy, but there's an infant room that has lots of big toys and cribs. There's not much to do over there because that's just where babies go to lie down and sleep. So, I only vacuum it every other day or as needed. Yesterday was not one of those days. The other half of the room is tile with a table for eating and such. So I wipe everything down on that end every night and then do the floor. That's the layout of nearly all of the rooms, though the rest need a thorough vacuuming every day. So now, the day janitor has left and I'm vacuuming each room. I do the first, no problem. I move on to the second and I realize that I haven't checked my phone in a few hours. So there I am, just leaning against the counter, chilling for a second, when I hear the creepiest noise that I could have heard. I hear children singing a peekaboo song. Now, I don't like kids at nighttime. I don't like kids in horror movies. Kids during the day, fine, cool. Kids in the dark, not my scene. I look up and stand there, staring at the doorway. I start sweating a cold, nervous sweat. A lot of it, too. I wait just a minute. Now let me remind you that I haven't touched anything in that room but the restroom and tabletops on the opposite side. After I cool off a minute, it goes off again. I moved on with my vacuuming after another minute or so of saying things like, "I'm just here to clean and make money, man. I'm cool, I swear." The rest of my job is trash, in the literal sense. After I'm done vacuuming, I decide that it's trash time. I leave my coat by the front exit, so I have to walk the whole hallway to get it. As I walk past the infant room, I hear the singing again, louder. As I'm right beside the room, I slowly, and not so surely, look back over my shoulder, and I see in the middle of the gated sleep area a giant toy playhouse. When I look back, it's still singing to me, with the doors wide open and a light blinking on and off. I keep chugging along, not about to die tonight, I whisper as I mop the room later on. To my knowledge, it didn't go off another time. Now, after I'm done with my work, I sit on a bench near the entrance for the last few minutes of my shift, and I wait for my ride. I have to turn everything but the entrance lights off, so I'm left with a long, dark hall. As I'm waiting, I play on my phone again, mainly to pass time, partially as a distraction. I'm sitting there, and I hear a thump, followed by what sounded like the door open and shut around the corner, the exact location of that room. All I can do is sit there and stare down the hall until I hear the car pull in. I left in a hurry, and later, I looked up the playhouse to get some visuals. At the time, I wasn't exactly sure that it was the one, but I believe that it's the big Fisher-Price Laugh and Learn puppy smart home. It's got a red roof and a big red door and a light on the right side. What I didn't find was any mention of malfunctions or similar reports. The next morning, I did send a text asking the caretakers about that toy. They said that it randomly goes off, and they don't know why. My name is Gary, and this happened to me my senior year of high school. It's not a ghost story, but it's definitely the scariest thing that's ever happened to me. I lived in West Tennessee, and we usually get 2 or 3 snow days every year. The area wasn't used to so much snow, so normally a small amount could get us out for the day. This particular day should have been a snow day, but for whatever reason, the school decided the roads were safe enough, even though there were plenty of patches of ice on them. We were all annoyed, but went to school anyways. After school got out, I went to my friend John's house and we hung out, played video games until it got pretty dark and I decided to drive home. Mind you, the roads had gotten a little bit better, but some ice was still there. It's about a 15-minute drive from John's house to mine, but I was trying to be extra careful not to hit any ice, so it was going to be a little bit longer than usual. Leaving John's neighborhood, there's this blind hill behind you that always stresses me out because if someone came through fast, they might rear end me. The road isn't very busy, so it's never been a big deal, but this time, a car came over the hill right as I pulled out, and they had to slam on their brakes because I just pulled out in front of them, technically. In my defense, they were going way too fast, but I still felt bad. They laid on their horn and were clearly angry with me. But I gave a small apology wave and went on my way. But they remained behind me. 10 minutes later, they're still behind me and tailgating me, now with their brights on, making it even harder for me to see. I was getting nervous because they were clearly very mad, and I realized by this point that they were following me. I didn't know what to do, and I definitely didn't want to lead them to my house, so I started taking random turns, trying to lose them. But they were right on me the whole time. Eventually, I started driving faster so that maybe I could get enough distance between us so that I could make a turn that they wouldn't see. Big mistake. In hindsight, I should have just driven to the police station. But for whatever reason, I thought this was the best idea. Going a good deal over the speed limit, I find a turn and begin to brake slightly so that I wouldn't turn at full speed. But as I was beginning to turn, I hit a patch of black ice, and my car slid off the road and into a small ditch. Crap. I didn't want to floor it because I was afraid that my car would tip over on its side, so I just sat there in disbelief until I look into the rearview mirror and see that their car is now parked on the side of the road with the driver and the passenger door open. Before I know it, my car door swings open, a man unbuckles my seatbelt and rips me out of my car. I really regret not locking my door because the man and his friend proceeded to kick the ever-living crap out of me, while I curled in a ball and screamed for them to stop. They just kept cussing at me and kicking until they were satisfied. They got back in their car and drove off. At this point, I was completely shaken and hurting, I got back in the car and I called my mom. She told me to call the police and that she was on her way to pick me up. The police arrived, but honestly, I didn't have anything to tell them, other than it was two guys in a sedan. They followed me out of a neighborhood and beat me up. It was dark, so I didn't really know what kind of car, and I didn't know what they looked like. So, the cops never found out who beat me up that night. If I had just driven to the police station instead of trying to lose them myself, I would have saved myself a lot of pain. So, for anyone who's being followed or thinks they're being followed, just drive to the police station, because you never know what common maniac you might accidentally piss off on the road. I used to drive trucks for a living, and this is a story about the time that I almost met a murderer. Truck drivers usually have pretty specific routes they like to take due to the size of their rigs and the places that they have to go. My personal favorites over the years were routes to and from Florida. They were really nice scenic roads, and not a lot of normal travelers like to travel the long way. One year in particular, I was hurting for extra cash. So I ended up taking some new jobs. One of the jobs would be the first to take me through North Dakota. Some truck drivers like these routes, but I found them to be a bit populated. I'm not a fan for having to watch out for other traffic. Believe it or not, most truck drivers are smarter and safer drivers than the average Joe, and that makes me nervous, but I was doing my best. I pulled off at a way station, deciding that I wanted to take a more isolated road. Once I found that route, I made my way. Much better at first. Not a lot of drivers at all. But eventually, I was driving down a stretch of road, and I saw what looked like a car pulled off to the side. I started to slow down for obvious reasons, and as I got closer, I could see that the trunk was wide open. I scanned the area, and I could see that no one was near the car. I passed the car at a bit of a slow crawl, and I decided that I would pull off to the side just ahead of their car. When I did this, I saw somebody quickly emerge from the bushes from my rearview mirror. But as soon as they saw my truck, they darted back into the bushes. I wasn't sure if this guy needed help or not, or if he meant harm. But I always carry a gun, so I grabbed it, tucked it in my holster, and got out of the truck. I called out saying, "Hey man, do you need some help? Do you need to use a phone or anything?" But nobody responded. As I got closer, I started to examine the scene that I was walking into. Open trunk, passenger door wide open. Back seat had a large stain on it. Blood. I hear someone in the bushes, and instead of sticking around, I ran back to my truck. I jotted down the license plate, and I hit the road. I had a pretty bad feeling, so I called the police to make a report. I gave the officers all of the information that I could over the phone. I was on the job, and I wouldn't be back through for a couple of days. They said they'd call if they needed anything. As I made the route back home just a couple days later, I got curious and decided that I would take the same route, see if anything ever came of that area, maybe even call the police station to see if they ever found the guy that I'd reported. Outside of the nothingness of it all, you could see yellow police caution tape swaying in the wind. Holy shit. They actually found something. I called the police station, but I was told that a detective would call me back. By the time I hit a rest stop, I hadn't received a call, so I decided to do some research. There it was, published just 2 days before I was reading it. The morning after, I would have reported the car and the driver. Man's body found in ditch off highway in Richland County. Suspect in custody. As I read the article, I received even more confirmation. As the police stated in the article, that they'd received a call from a concerned passerby who had seen the car with the trunk open and a man acting suspicious. Not by any means a happy story. I mean, someone did lose their life. But I was glad I made the choice to take that road, because it definitely helped get that guy put away. So this happened in my dad's school year of 1987, in the outskirts of Mason City, Iowa, a small cornfield town in northern Iowa that has some interesting American history, cultural notes. It's the official crash site the day rock and roll died in 1959, the Music Man, various American outlaws. But it is ultimately overlooked. Basically, my dad was a member of the high school football team, the Mohawks. And the rules stated that in order to participate in school events, athletes were not allowed to participate in alcohol or drugs. Obviously, they were teenagers, so this rule meant nothing. Just that now, after winning a good game, the team would have to have their celebrations be a secret. One night, my dad and his buddies on the team went out to an old abandoned farm on the outskirts of town, where they partied around a campfire, getting drunk and smoking some solid blunts. My dad got into a game of tag, and while running away from his friends, my dad came around the back of the barn, which was immediately in the tree line, and he was face to face with something. He described it as very humanoid in appearance. He was 5'8" at the time, and this alien was almost at his height, but still taller. The alien was enveloped in some sort of stealth camouflage, head to toe. It wasn't translucent because he couldn't see anything inside of it, only the things behind it. The first predator had just come out at the time, and that's what he jokingly compared it to, but later he would say that it was more like a drinking glass. The alien, it wasn't invisible by any means, as he could see very clearly, but he couldn't make out any details, and everything behind it was visible but blurry and smudged. It made no sounds at all, nor did it really move much. It stood in a combat stance, and at its hip, it was holding a weird sort of box, which it was aiming at my dad like a gun. My dad likes to think that he scared it as much as it did him, but he really had no way of knowing. His first thought was to tackle the thing out of fear, but he kind of understood the implication of it pointing the box thing at him, and he wasn't trying to get shot. Next thing my dad knows, his friend puts his hand on his shoulder, and clearly seeing the same creature, and just as terrified, he whispers my dad's name. "Don't fucking move." At which point, the alien started backing off a bit, but still facing them both. They slowly got up and began doing the same, until both were out of sight of each other. My dad, until the day he died, still wasn't sure what he saw, other than it being some sort of alien, and he was vastly interested in alien stories and mythology for the rest of his life. He compared what he saw to a story almost like Travis Walton to an extent. He would make some efforts to get his story told by meeting with people from MUFON, people that found his story to be highly credible, if only he could get his friend, the other witness, to speak out about the situation as well. He was told that such alien encounters, face to face, are practically the rarest kind of sightings. But nothing really ever happened that big in the end, which is sad because he thought that people needed to know what he saw. In my life, I've had a number of experiences and encounters with ghosts. So this experience that I'm going to share is one of many, and it happened a few months back in September. I was laying in bed watching Breaking Bad when my friend had texted me, asking if I wanted to hang out and go take some pictures. I had nothing else to do, and I was tired of watching TV, so I told him to let me get dressed and he could come pick me up. Once he picked me up, we began discussing where we would go to take pictures. We decided on going to the park that had some really nice scenery and plenty of spots for good pictures. After 45 minutes of walking around the park and taking pictures, the sun was beginning to set. So we decided to go home. So we're driving home, and my friend is telling me about some dude that he knows that had started making music, and he wanted to show me some of his songs. He puts a song on, and then he puts his phone in the cup holder next to him. We hit a bump in the road, and his phone popped out, and it landed on the floor. He reached down to get it and couldn't immediately find it, so he was digging around, not paying attention to the road at all. So I turned to look at it for him. That's when my stomach sank, and I screamed his name, and I told him to swerve. He quickly looked up at the road, but by then it was too late. There was a man standing in the road, literally just standing. It seemed incredibly stupid to me at the time, but I had more important things to worry about. We both immediately hopped out to see if he was okay, but when we went to the front of the car, there was nothing. The car wasn't even damaged. No blood, no nothing. We looked around to see if he possibly got sent flying. It was level ground and there were no trees around. So it wasn't hard to get a good look around the area despite it getting darker. Obviously frightened at the thought of us running over a potential vengeful spirit, we got back in the car and dashed out of there. And that's why I don't like driving on that road at night. Not anymore. I used to live in a very small town. It was a place where everybody knew each other, and gossip spread really fast. There were 2 schools, a high school and a grammar school. For those of you who don't know or don't have one, it's basically pre-K through 8th grade. My grandparents' house was a few miles down the road, and we were having a family gathering. Their house was smallish. My grandma's room was connected to my mom and aunt's old room. That's what we called the back bedroom since it was in the back of the house. When I was 6 or 7, my older cousin, about 13, we were playing. He, I guess, wanted to play a fun prank on me, and he picked me up and shoved me in the walk-in closet. Then he closed the door and turned off the light. I was screaming at him to let me out, when out of nowhere, I hear the sound of a music box, loud and clear. That's when my aunt opened the door to let me out. The music stopped immediately, and I went back outside. When I was 9, I started going to my grandparents' house more often because my mom was working, and in college, my dad was working more. I liked it there. I never really went back to the back bedroom again because of that, I guess, traumatic experience. My grandma sent me back there to grab a puzzle from under the bed, and I was anxiety-ridden, but I did it. As I walked back there and grabbed the puzzle, I didn't hear anything, and I thought myself as stupid for being scared. I turned to leave, and the music box sound played, slow and muffled, from the closet. I heard muffled laughter. I turned around and looked at the door, and it opened a little. I ran back to the kitchen as fast as I could, and I told my grandma about it. She told me I just had an active imagination, and there was nothing back there. A few nights later, my mom and dad decided to have a break from work and school and go on a date. I stayed the night at my grandparents' house with my older brother. We were playing hide and seek outside, and I was sitting underneath the back bedroom window. There was a knocking sound above me, and I looked up to see the outline of a person. I stood up, and there was a shadow of a little girl looking back at me. I remember not being able to move because I was scared. My brother called me and I turned to look at him. And when I looked back at the window, the little girl was gone. I kept seeing her around the house, sometimes hearing muffled laughter and the music box. I hated being inside alone, and I stayed mostly next to my grandpa. When my grandpa passed away, I felt empty. I was 12 and I had a tough time in middle school. He was really the only thing that got me through it. I had stopped going as much after my mom graduated, but I started going every weekend after Grandpa passed. The first night at the house after he passed, I saw the shape of the girl. I was too sad at the time to be scared. I looked, but ended up falling asleep. I never saw or heard her again. I always wished that I could see my grandpa, but I felt happy knowing that maybe he wasn't a ghost. Maybe he was actually in a better place. I didn't really like the church that our family went to growing up. It was a small church, but it had those really high vaulted ceilings and only one window besides the door itself. In front of the window and behind the podium, hanging from above the rafters, was one of those really large statues of Christ on a cross. It was actually an agonizing sight, especially when you're just 5 years old. My first real memories of this place were from around that age, so it was back in 1988. And where I grew up in West Virginia, my town was small. And I don't know what it's like now, but in Clearview at the time, this was the main church. There were, of course, others, even in a town with less than 1,000 people. But this was a special church. This was because the preacher claimed to have been touched by God himself. I'll get to that later. But chronologically speaking, the first experience I had was sitting outside the steps of the church, just waiting to go inside while Mama talked with some friends. I was twirling around my Barbie doll, and I glanced over at the church, where just to the right of the entrance I saw a little girl. She was only poking her head and her shoulders out, the rest of her tucked behind the building. I was instantly curious because I didn't know her, and I'd known all of the little girls, I thought. I remember running towards her, my mama calling after me, and the girl dissipated right in front of me. I watched as she went from being there to being nothing. I was now being scooped up by Ma, and we were heading into the church. I was the only one who saw the little girl, I guess, and I would see her again. Sometimes it would be the exact same spot. Sometimes I'd see her sitting in the church, or I'd hear her run away. She never spoke to me, but I felt like she could tell that I could see her. I don't remember seeing her past the 2nd grade, but after that, I started to notice other things. Aside from the larger-than-life Jesus staring down every Sunday, you had the odd happenings surrounding the piano, where it always seemed like it needed to be replaced or repaired in some way. We would be singing, the church would be filled with noise, and then suddenly you'd hear the piano go out, and everyone would stop. I remember this happening all the time, and as I got older, I noticed that this would coincide with things like a light going out, or the sound of someone walking above us. There was no above us, only a vaulted ceiling with a roof atop. No attic, no basement. This was a single-story building, and yet footsteps above. All of the children seemed to notice these steps, and if the adults heard them too, they dismissed them, maybe as birds. And then there was the preacher, the outrageous preacher who said that angels were dancing on the roof. I remember hearing these insane stories at church, and then questioning them when we got into the car, like asking Mama why the preacher was always yelling. I would ask why he had to grab onto people and shake them, get in everyone's face. Why'd he have to do that? She would laugh and laugh, saying he's exactly the kind of man that we need to run that church, to help this town. that he was a man touched by God, and that he was going to bring truth and salvation to our small hillside. He was the answer to our prayers. But what prayers? I didn't feel like we needed anything in our lives. Had we even sinned enough to need to be saved? And every Sunday at that? I didn't press the issue. As an adult, I'm not religious. Not like that. But back then, you just didn't question the church. And you sure as shit didn't question God. So for years, I would attend the church. And through the years, I at least talked with my friends about the preacher, the church, the little girl. Others had seen her too. One girl claiming that her sister, her little sister, could still see her. I had witnesses to what I was seeing, so I knew that it was real. But it didn't hit me until years later what that could mean. The outrageous preacher ended up being a bit of a scam artist. Shocker, I know. He'd taken the church's money and pulled an identical scam a couple of states over, just before hitting West Virginia. Before the days of heavy internet access and cell phones, he'd gotten away with quite a lot. However, he did end up dying in a car accident while driving under the influence. So, as Mama said, he got his. The preacher that replaced this man, he was a good man, like an actual good man. One that took up and moved his family to Clearview. I still didn't care much for church, but at least this guy wasn't yelling at us. It was the year before Mama passed away in 2002 that he gave my friends and I the real story and history behind this church. Years before any of us were born, sometime in the 1950s, this was a 2-story chapel, and there was a young girl who had died there. How? Was the first question that everybody had asked before the preacher could even finish telling the story. He told us that we needed to be prepared for the morbid and tragic truth, at which time we all sort of understood that this was a serious story, and that the excitement we were feeling was maybe misguided. Either way, I needed to hear the rest. When he felt we were listening, he told us that a fire was reported and attended to almost immediately after smoke was seen. But even though they were able to get the fires put out, and only the top floor had been destroyed, they'd made a terrible discovery while putting the fire out. Firefighters had found the partial remains of an unidentified little girl. I remember my friends and I sitting very still, one of them saying, "Wasn't she no one's little girl?" Apparently people had known this story, I just wasn't one of them, I thought. But she was right. The preacher told us that no one came forward to claim the little girl, and no missing children reports ever came through the area. Investigators still don't know much about the little girl, and they never learned what caused the fire or who was responsible for any of it. Basically, it was a tragic mystery for years, and the church remained partially charred until 1975, when it was refurnished into a 1-story, small chapel that I'd grown accustomed to. Never fond of, but familiar with. I don't go back much since Mama passed away, but I do plan to take my kids there sometime. They get a real kick out of this story each time I talk about back in the day. I joked that we gotta wait for a grandkid to show up, since they'll likely be the only ones to see the little girl. Part of me feels happy that people continue to bring their kids to church, even if I wasn't much for it. I like the thought of that little girl having company. If she was stuck here for some reason or by choice, at least she didn't have to be stuck alone. When I was a kid, I lived in an old white farmhouse with my dad, stepmom, brother, sister, and stepsister. Brother and I had the basement. Sister and stepsister got rooms in the house. The basement was off the back porch, with just a screen door keeping anyone out, since the basement door didn't lock. Well, this arrangement lasts for about a month or two, and then things get strange. We all start hearing noises late at night in the darkness of the property, sometimes seeing eyes moving around outside. That wasn't the bad part. We could live with that. What we couldn't live with was the scarecrow. In the field behind our place was a scarecrow. Nothing like Harold from Scary Stories. This one wasn't very humanoid. It was basically a coat, a flour sack full of something, and a wooden pumpkin for a head. After those first 2 months, we noticed he started moving around the field. And it was overgrown, so you'd see a path if somebody had walked out there to move him. Days pass, and he keeps moving, but he hadn't come any closer to the house, just hopping around the fields. Then one day, he's by the old barn. The property had a barn across from the back door and a longhouse for chickens or something, a bit off the right, out of the back door. So it's fairly close. Naturally, none of us are happy, but he still kept away from the house. Then came the day my dad and I were home alone. Stepmom was off doing something with my stepsister. Older siblings were off with their friends. We walk out the back door and step onto the back porch. Scarecrow is blocking the screen door, leading off the porch. My dad breaks part of the porch, getting out, and then we leave. We come back later, after he bought an axe. Scarecrow is now in our house. Dad drags it outside and chops it up, throws it into a bonfire, then digs a hole in the gravel driveway and buries it. A month later, we come home from going to the movies. Driveway is dug up. Scarecrow is standing where we usually park the family car. We moved out the next day. No clue what happened to that scarecrow, since the house is now across from a casino. My father told me a pretty crazy story last night when he was drinking. He rarely drinks, so when he does, it's a night of 1,000 high fives and 1,000 obscure Shakespearean quotes. This one, however, was maybe the first story to actually grab my attention, so I thought I'd share it with you. He starts by telling me that his first job while in high school was at a haunted video rental store in the small shit town he grew up in. I'm not personally saying his town was shit. I'm quoting my father when he says, "In the small shit town I grew up in." The shop he worked at wasn't a big, fancy Blockbuster or Hollywood Video either. Not at that time. No, it was called Woodland Video, and it was the only location to its name, located somewhere on some forgotten street in his small shit town. But it was the same one that he used to rent videos at with his dad, so he really loved the place. He kind of spoke with pride when he described the red carpet, worn thin from decades of customers walking in and out, years of indecisive pacing, blending the red fibers with the concrete below, until its compression left a nostalgic imprint in my father's mind. Each discoloration and stain boasting its longevity, its existence, not only in his, but also the memories of countless other customers, the ones who'd helped add to its abstract declaration of timelessness. Then, my dad sits up and gets real serious. He tells me that his first shift was to close the store with Wendy. She was the manager, and she was new at it too, only 2 weeks on the job. So, Wendy tells my dad that he'll be taking over the night shifts, Monday through Friday. That she would show him everything that he needed to know that night. And then he was on his own. Wendy appeared eager. Or in my father's words, As far as being scared, she was all but screaming out loud, nervously looking from one corner of the store to another, becoming easily distracted by something that my dad just couldn't see. Hours into the shift, my dad hears something in the back room. It sounds like someone's using the printing calculator. He'd been shown that in the back. It was identical to the one up front, except Wendy said that the one in the back didn't work anymore. My dad said Wendy sort of froze in place, standing in front of him, facing the back room. My dad turned around. There's nothing there, so he walked to the back room. No one. The printing calculator isn't plugged in, and it doesn't appear to have been used, which is exactly what Wendy told him would be the case, just as he started to walk back there. So what, is this place haunted or something? My dad said that he was sort of kidding, but also couldn't really understand what had happened. Wendy told him that she didn't know about that, but that something was off about this place. She told him, wait till you see what happens at 10 every night. And he did. As 10 o'clock rolled around, the sound of someone walking around in the back room. Quiet, but deliberate footsteps. The sound was coming from the back exit, through the room, and then, right next to where my dad was standing, passing him and continuing on to the front door. And then the footsteps trailed off. It was closing time, and Wendy wasn't giving my dad any more information on this clearly remarkable thing he'd just experienced. He explained that the store was owned by a Mr. Murray, and that Mr. Murray had lost his wife the same year he'd hired my dad. He and his wife had run Woodland Video together for 25 years. It was always Mr. Murray handling the front end and Mrs. Murray handling the books and inventory. After a while, they were both too old to work in the place, hiring people here and there. Wendy was just the newest employee since Mrs. Murray had died. As my dad said, Wendy couldn't handle it, meaning that Wendy was afraid of ghosts, and apparently my dad wasn't. He said, well, he swore on his life, actually, that he felt it was a human spirit in that store, and that the steps were that of a person. And this person had a nightly routine, seemed to love the store, and wasn't trying to scare anyone. He says he's almost certain it was Mrs. Murray, and that she was just looking after the place, waiting for Mr. Murray to join her, which my dad says was about 3 years later. By that time, he'd moved out of town, and Woodland Video would be replaced by a Blockbuster several years later. Me and my friend had gone to Waffle House around 10 p.m. There were a lot of people there. My friend kept complaining about how a dude was staring at her, but she's very striking, and I figured dude was just eye flirting with her. Finally, I turn around to look, and a chill runs down my spine. Absolutely dead eyes, and this man is staring right past me, fixated on my best friend. I thought this was weird. I thought he would look at me since I made it very obvious when I looked at him that I was kind of pissed off. It was a real stop fucking looking at us look that I gave him. My friend is kind of panicking because she's just so creeped out. So I'm like, okay, let's check out and leave. He's to the right of the register, and I looked at him almost the whole time we were checking out. At one point, I literally got right in front of my friend, like shielding her, because she was really stressed out. She doesn't get spooked easily either. So when I stood in front of her, he started leaning to the side, looking around me to stay staring at her. Because I hate when men feel entitled to make women uncomfortable. Plus, his eyes were so wrong, just completely black and terrifying. He really had crazy eyes, and they were really wide open. He never blinked for the 5 minutes I was staring right back at him. We peeked at him through the window on the way out of the parking lot, and he was still staring right at my friend. Very creepy, and it just reminded me to be aware of everything around me and to always trust your own or my friend's intuitions. When we feel something is wrong, I just go ahead and assume something really is wrong and that we need to get the fuck out of there. I've been a property manager for a little over a decade now, but the first property I was hired on to manage almost made me rethink my career choice. A resident overdosed in their apartment, and I found them when coming to address their second month's past due rent. Before I got to the door, I noticed the red envelope I delivered last month. It still lay unopened on her welcome mat. The mailbox next to her door was also full. It too had a letter taped on the lid from the post office, informing the resident of paused deliveries due to its capacity. Observations of this kind led me to believe the occupant had bailed on their lease. When I knocked, it sounded like animal scratches were coming from the back bedroom. The thought of them abandoning their dog is what prompted me to enter the unit and check. The apartment hung with a thick, sickening odor that still makes me retch thinking about it. Thankfully, I didn't find any animals. Unfortunately, I did find the body of a young woman. The situation, although tragic, is also an unfortunate common part of my job, at least in the town where I live. Because a lot of the time, where people live is also where they die. The next day, cleaning crews were in. None of the family notified showed up to claim any of her belongings, so it was protocol for maintenance to take it all to the dump. One of the maintenance men stopped by my office with a box of books and said that it would be a shame to discard such literature, and he offered them to me. I agreed with him, and I gladly took the box of books. When I brought the box home, I began to unpack my new books. Stashed amongst the hardback novels, I discover a diary. Immediately, I realize it's that girl's diary. And for the next 2 days, I struggle with the dichotomy of sadness and morbid curiosity. But I decide to read it. Not for entertainment, but to honestly explore another human being's point of view. What decisions led her to where I found her? That's where our story began together. But why? I'd spent weeks reading through her diaries, almost feeling beside her as she reached to understand not only herself, but the relationships that she had around her. Loves who didn't love back, and loves that she only pretended to love because she was tired of waiting. She even mentions me a couple of times from our interactions when she first moved in. Some pages were decorated in intricate self-portraits, but most with incoherent rants, a mess of scattered words, if put together, probably resembled messages of SOS buried amongst the hardback novels. Near the end of her diary, though, she begins referencing a demon that followed her home. The tone of her writing also shifts at this point. Her entries less frequent and looking more like a checklist of daily tasks rather than an analysis of happenings like they once were. Aside from her last entry, I am writing an exact excerpt from her diary. The walls of my apartment bleed with sin. The demons live here now. After that whole incident, the energy never really felt comfortable in that unit. I felt it. The maintenance people felt it. New residents even mentioned feeling weird during our open house showings. Maybe I wouldn't have such a weirded out perception of this place if I didn't read the girl's diaries. But I do think that the sorrow she wrote about, it somehow stained the energy there. This happened to me in 2008. It was the year that my grandpa died. To be more specific, this event happened just after my grandpa's funeral. I had asked my parents if it was okay to go to my friend's house, and given that it had been a pretty sad week, they agreed. My friend and I were making popcorn in her kitchen, getting ready to go downstairs and watch music videos like we did on most days. Both of her parents were gone, so it was just us, and the phone rang. My friend didn't answer it, not immediately. I asked if she was going to get that. She sort of laughed, saying that she usually doesn't, but then after the third ring, she answered the phone. She looked at me, made some funny faces, and then waved for me to come over to the phone. It was one that was connected to the wall, and the cord wouldn't have reached me. So I walked over and I leaned in. Static, just noise, really. But you could hear something underneath the static, maybe a man's voice. I didn't put it together right away, just kept listening to the voice and the static. Is all that came through clearly. At which time my friend made a face, looked at me, and said into the receiver, "What?" Laughed and hung up. I wasn't laughing, though. Somehow I'd started to well up with tears. I didn't want to be crying, but there I was. The voice that said, "Love you, B." I was pretty sure that was my grandpa. I was also pretty sure that he got cut off and that he would have said, "Love you, BB," which is my nickname amongst family. I told my friend, and she was immediately supportive. She ran to the office where the caller ID was to check it. The call that had just come through didn't even register on the caller ID. It didn't say unknown or private. It just wasn't there. It was like the call never happened. But of course, we knew that it did. When I was younger, I used to walk to our local cemetery and then wander around the cemetery, just admiring the ordnate gravestones and the mausoleums. I got used to the sounds and sights of the cemetery. That was until one evening. Something was off. I wandered around with a large sense of unease, almost as if I was being watched. I end up at my favorite mausoleum, and my sense of unease just grew to an intense measure. I look through the window on the door, and I see what appears to be someone walking around in the corner. Knowing that the grounds crew wasn't there this late, who could this be? I shout, "Hey!" It looks at me and appears to vanish into thin air. The next evening, I do as I normally do, and walk to the cemetery and wander. I walk past this other but smaller mausoleum, and I get a chill and feel paranoia strike. I initially think nothing of it until I hear a creepy, deep giggle. I immediately turn back to the mausoleum I had just passed, and I see that same someone from the night before, leaning from the door, watching me. Not too frightening at first, until this someone just vanishes again, after realizing I saw it. What was this thing, exactly? I have my own theories. What are yours? For my entire life, I've always been very sensitive to the paranormal. It seems actually quite normal to me, and there are very few things that I will claim do not exist in reality with any certainty. Much of that has to do with my experiences as a child. When I was still in my crib, I must have been no older than 18 months. My mother told me that she would watch me through the crack of the door because I was always talking to someone. It was always something that happened in the morning before she'd go scoop me up from my crib and begin our day. Every day, I was having a nonsense baby conversation with someone in the corner of the room. When she went in, she felt like there was something in the room, besides her and myself. She said that this presence or entity was not bad, that it couldn't be bad, because she got a feeling that the presence was there for me in a loving way. She felt safe because I was being watched over by a good energy. Sometimes she would feed me in a high chair in the living room, and according to her, I would turn towards the room suddenly as if someone called my name. She felt that presence from the other room. This is something that she's told me about throughout my life, but I never shared with her my own experiences before or after learning about these things. I have memories of being in my crib, which in itself is pretty strange. Most people don't start remembering things until around 3, and before that is sort of a fog of forgetfulness for most of us. But my nightly experiences in this crib are clear to me. So clear that it's as if they happened yesterday, and I'm 40. I would see fractals, rotating light, and I could see images of people sort of arching over me in the darkness, being lit up on its own, as if being played on a long, curved movie screen. I could see, how do I explain this? What I perceive only now to be stars, like a moving universe of pinpoint lights that slowly moved around me. When I was a baby, and I really was literally a baby, this entertained me to no end, and I could watch it in awe until I fell asleep. Sometimes, something would wake me up in the night, something in the darkness. It would touch or tickle my feet. I remember looking at my feet, wondering without fear what or who this is. Every time this happened, I saw a hand or an arm, pale, whitish, reaching out to my feet, the way anyone would to try to play around with something cute, like a kitten or a puppy, or a baby. My crib was lit very dimly by some light, but the rest of my room was pitch black, except for the rectangular outline of the closed door. The light I could see from the hallway of our apartment. I would look for the person attached to this arm, but the rest of the arm went into the darkness, and all I could see was the arm. I would often think, I'm tired, stop that, in whatever way a baby thinks of that, without words. And the hand would retract into the darkness. I never felt afraid. Maybe that's because this being was indeed good, like my mother said. Or maybe it was at a point where I hadn't learned what fear was yet. I had no reason to be afraid. The world was yet filled with loving beings in the day and the night, in the real world, and the ethereal. My mother recently told me that she never told my father about these experiences. I certainly never got to tell him anything of what I experienced. Before they divorced, she went to tell him about a strange thing that used to happen with her and me in our old apartment. Oh, the thing that was in his room? Yeah, there was something in there. I felt it too, he admitted. This is one of those things that I've never known exactly how to classify. Like, is it a paranormal ghost type thing? An alien thing? Or just a cat dropping from thin air kind of thing? Sounds insane, but it's almost exactly what it sounds like. When I was 18, so almost 10 years ago, I'd moved out of my mom's house and was renting a small one-bedroom about 3 blocks away from her house. I would go back to her place often to look after my younger sister, and sometimes I'd even go over there just to eat up all of her food. One day, I showed up and was greeted by a smallish black kitty cat. It had a pink nose and a small white spot on its chest. As cute as this kitty was, I couldn't bring myself to do anything about this cuteness because I'm pretty allergic to cats. I called out to it, just saying hello, and kept walking into the house. I noticed that when I closed the door, it stayed outside, but it was scratching at the door. I didn't let the cat inside for numerous reasons, but I thought it was interesting how close it was to our house, to my mom's house. Enough time passes for me to make a tuna sandwich, and my sister comes running into the house, home from school. And in her arms is a cat, the same cat. I asked her what she was doing letting that cat inside, and she proceeds to tell me that this is her cat, Pee-wee. I wasn't aware that my mom had caved and let my sister get a cat, but I asked her to keep it outside just while I was there, which she did. I watched her take the cat and put him outside. After finishing my sandwich, I set my sister up in the office to do her homework, and I headed to the laundry room to pack up some clothes that I knew my mom had folded for me. I get inside the laundry room, and the way the door opens, you have to close it to access all the fun things that my mom has hanging on the back of it, but also to access the dryer. I closed the door, grabbed some laundry bags, and started packing up my folded clothes. And as I do, I'm totally startled by the sound of something falling on top of the washer or dryer, and I find myself shooting around, coming face to face with that same little black kitty cat. I almost don't believe what I'm seeing, not at first. I mean, I watched my sister physically put the cat outside. Not to mention, this room, it was exactly that, a room. One door, no windows, practically a closet itself, so no hidden spaces within. There was literally no way for this cat to get inside this room. The cat breaks eye contact first, jumping to the floor, instantly walking to the door, scratching and meowing to get out. I look down and just keep staring, thinking, what are you? But eventually, I open the door and holler for my sister. Waiting for her, I look around the laundry room again, verifying what I already know, which is that there's no way to get in this room besides the door. My attention is drawn to the washer, where I can see something glossy on the washer lid. And right there, where that little kitty had landed, on top of the washer, there was a thin layer of water, or a shallow puddle of water. I lean closer, and the substance has no smell to it. It genuinely just looked like water. I wasn't willing to taste the substance, but either way, it wasn't even the weirdest part, at least not to me, and not in that moment. So I ask my sister why she let the cat back inside the house. She promises me that she absolutely did not let him back inside. She tells me that Pee-wee is sleeping outside. I tell her that's not possible. He just showed up in the laundry room, and I had sent him away as I called for her. My sister was about 10 at this time, so her words are pretty good, and she's not usually dishonest. But she tells me that she could see the kitty from the window in the office, and that he's definitely still outside. I tell her to show me, so she does. She walked me to the window in the office, and you can't see him. So she opens the front door, heading outside, and so I follow her. But just as she opens the door, there he is, sitting on the other side of the door, outside the house. I tell my sister to go ahead and start doing her homework again. And then I spent a bunch of time looking for a possible kitty number 2, and there's just no other animals to be found. I decided to try and leave it alone, but as I went back and continued to pack my laundry, I found it strange that the small puddle on top of the washer had somehow disappeared. It didn't seem like enough time for evaporation to happen. When I left that day, I was convinced my mom had no clue just how many kitties were actually in her house. It wasn't until that weekend that I got the chance to clarify for myself where exactly this cat came from. While at a farmer's market, I joke around telling my mom, "Thanks a lot for not telling me about Carly's new kitty." That's my sister. And I further joke that she got it to keep me away. But instead of brushing me off as dramatic or joking back with me, she stops in her tracks, puts one hand over her mouth, another on my shoulder, and says, "Oh my gosh, Katie, that cat." I look at her asking what about that cat? My mom explains that she doesn't know where the cat came from and that the cat wouldn't leave. She tells me that about a week ago, she came home and the cat was already inside the house. At first, she was just worried that it was someone else's cat that had gotten in from the garage or something. She put a post on the Neighborhood Watch website. She was asking if anyone was missing a small black kitty that had a pink nose and that had been hanging around the neighborhood a lot lately. She left her contact information, but nobody called and nobody emailed. My mom says that for that week, the cat kept hanging around, but she didn't catch it inside again until one day when she and my sister were coming home from picking my sister up from school. My sister walked in first and moments later was exclaiming in excitement, saying thank you over and over again to my mom. And my mom says when she turned the corner, my sister was hugging this same cat that she'd found inside the other day. She didn't want to let my sister down, so she did cave and said that it was okay to keep. Almost instantly, my sister named him Pee-wee because of his small size. After my mom took him to the vet, she was surprised to hear that the kitty was actually a full-grown cat, just small, likely a runt. Healthy as ever, but definitely not a kitten. As my mom is telling me this, I'm thinking, I still haven't heard anything too crazy, except I am feeling more confident in my assumption that this cat can somehow get into our house without our knowledge. I'm considering telling her about my laundry room incident when she continues with her story, telling me something that just gave me chills instantly. She tells me that just yesterday she was cleaning my sister's room, which is right next to the laundry room. My sister was outside playing with her cat. At least that's what my mom had seen just moments before she was cleaning her room. So she takes the laundry from my sister's room to the laundry room and sets the laundry on top of the washer. She starts to head out the door when suddenly she hears this squishing noise coming from behind her, like someone had taken a handful of wet towels and plopped them on the hard floor. She turns back around and is shocked to see Pee-wee. He's soaking wet, sitting on the floor, shaking his paws off and just walking right through her legs out into the living room. My mom said she stood there for a minute. She saw a huge puddle of water where he once stood, and she followed the cat instead of cleaning the floor. He was sitting in the living room, cleaning himself, and miraculously was semi-dry, no longer soaking. My mom went to grab my sister from outside, but she was shocked to see my sister outside on the swings and her cat, Pee-wee, sitting just a few feet behind her in the grass. Turning back around to look at the cat inside the house, my mom is once again shocked, this time because the cat was no longer inside the house. She walked back towards the laundry room, opened the door, and noted that the floor was completely dry. I'm looking at my mom as she tells me this, and by this time, I'm sure that my mouth was fully opened, jaw dropped. She had no idea about my experience yet, and she tells me that she has more to say about that cat. She tells me that sometimes the cat will sit in her doorway, my mom's that is, at night, just watching her. On occasion, she'll wake up and the cat will have gradually gotten closer to her as she sleeps. He doesn't ever get too close to my mom, other than randomly appearing in front of her. He does, however, love my sister and is almost possessive of her, for sure. He's always wherever she is, but yet also in other places at the same time. Naturally, I share my laundry room story with my mom, and we collectively freak out about this cat and/or our laundry room. For years, we kept our concerns about the cat to ourselves, and we never let my sister know that we were kind of scared of Pee-wee. When my sister turned 18, so 8 years ago, she saw her cat for the last time. Not because he'd knowingly passed, but Pee-wee just stopped showing up. Over the years, I've asked my sister about Pee-wee, and if she ever noticed anything weird about him. She told me that, oh yeah, she did. That she actually noticed a few strange things about her cat, but that she was never willing to tell my mom or me about them in fear that she'd have to get rid of him or something like that. For starters, she said that in her early years, she thought that he was magic because she would fall asleep with him in her arms, but then wake up to him scratching from the laundry room. She'd have to go and let him out. Oftentimes, he was wet. But as she put it, never for long. He would be dry within moments, and then back to snuggling. The other strange thing was that it was my sister's job to change his litter box. But she said oftentimes there wouldn't be anything in there to clean. Not too strange considering he was an outdoor cat, but strange in that there would literally be nothing to clean. The litter box itself, the litter, was completely emptied. I asked my sister why she never told our mom about that part. And again, she didn't want to lose the cat, but also said at age 10, she wasn't entirely sure this was weird. So besides this cat being able to teleport or cross planes, essentially not use the restroom, there was also the little detail of the cat's aging. Pee-wee was first brought to the vet, and they told my mom he was not a kitten, and that he was in fact over 6 years old. However, when my mom and sister moved 2 towns over, my mom started taking Pee-wee to a new vet. This was several years later, probably 4 or 5. My sister was with her, and they tell them that this cat, Pee-wee, is no older than 3 years old. My mom sort of scoffs, saying that's not even possible, explaining that when she'd first taken him into the vet, almost 5 years ago, she'd been told he was at least 6 years old. The vet confirmed that he's not a kitten, but that he couldn't have been older than 5. Now, over time, I've had people tell me that veterinaries can't always exactly nail down an animal's age without information from you, the owner. So it's possible that they were just mixed up. However, it wouldn't be the first weird thing about Pee-wee. So yeah, as I said in the beginning, I'm just not really sure how to classify this experience or what to call this thing. But if you have any ideas, or you've had a cat like this, I'd sure like to know. Around the end of December last year, my husband and I were forced to move out of our old apartment into a new one. We were being shot at along with several of our neighbors, and we couldn't be in the environment any longer. So we moved into a historic district of our local downtown area. The place that we're renting now is a sixplex in an old historic house. The first night we moved in, we were pulling into the driveway and didn't have any curtains up. We looked up and both my husband and I saw what looked like a long black robe and a shadow walking through our living room, into the kitchen, and out the door. Of course, the door wasn't opened, but this entity walked through our house. We both saw it, continued to be able to see it, and watched it leave. We didn't really think anything of it. Since then, we've seen several other black shadows, tall ones, walking around our home. I've always been spiritually sensitive and have been able to see things since I can remember. My husband, however, is not used to it. I'm also not entirely sure that the shadows were tall, but they may have appeared tall because of the robe-like appearance of them. We've been struggling over the past month with sewage problems and plumbing problems that have to do with the shoddy work from the plumber who was here before us, not finishing their work. We haven't been able to use our kitchen or living room for the better part of a month and have been having to order takeout. It's getting quite expensive. The point of this is to say that we've been primarily living out of our bedroom. We've been seeing an increase in shadow figures. In the middle of a discussion the other day, I saw movement out of the corner of my eye, and when I turned, I saw what looked like pitch black fingers on the door and a sort of upper body sticking out from the bedroom door. It reacted almost as though it saw me seeing it and quickly moved out of my sight toward the living room. I audibly said, "I see you," just to clarify that I could in fact see it. So, fast forward to today, and the maintenance people on site said something to my husband. I got a text from him. We aren't yelling across the house, that's why we're texting, just to clarify. Saying that our house, to my surprise, used to be a nunnery. Suddenly, all of this makes sense. Everything I've been seeing, everything that my husband has been seeing, all of it makes sense. I don't feel necessarily threatened from the things we're seeing because we're only seeing them and we're not experiencing anything outside of visual disturbances. But I thought that it was worth pointing out and bringing to the community. I'm a big proponent of learning something new every day, and this is a perfect example. When I came to the States about 15 years ago, one of my first jobs was working at a public pool. I would always work alone as my shift was the overnight or after-hours shift. I was responsible for cleaning the building's major touch points and for cleaning the pool itself. This experience happened just past 11 p.m., so the pool and the building, they'd been closed for over 2 hours. I moved on from cleaning the floors in the pool area to the floors within the locker rooms. While in the female locker room, I hear the very distinct sound of children's laughter, followed by a large splash. Panic fills my body as I go into worst-case scenario mode. There were still children within the building, and now they were inside the pool. I drop the mop and make my way across the wet floor as quickly as I can. I rush through the doors and I see that the pool is calm. Even more, it's still covered. The area is silent for a moment. I walk over to the pool cover to take a peek underneath, make sure no one is trapped or hiding. And as I do this, I hear the sound of little wet feet running around the pool area. I sit up, and then I stand, then do a 360-degree look around, only to see nothing. No one. I stood there quiet, almost in disbelief of what was happening. I turn back to the locker rooms, slowly walk in and listen. Again, I hear laughter. Children's laughter. It's fading in and out just before it gets quiet entirely. I continued with my shift and then I got out of there. This was the first time I had that experience, but it continued for the whole year that I worked there. It was always the same. Laughing, splashing, running. I had decided that all those noises and commotion were coming from the pool area itself, as I had no other incidents in any other area. Since I was on the late shift, I never saw any other employees, and unfortunately, I didn't get to ask many questions. I looked into the place after I decided I was going to share this story. But even to this day, I don't see any negative history. I don't show anything that points to ghosts. So, was this pool experiencing some sort of time loop? Whatever that means. Or is it even possible that these voices were that of children ghosts? I think about this experience often, and 15 years later, I'm really still not sure what to make of it. This story happened about 8 years ago, and it still pops into my head from time to time, so I thought I'd share it here. If you have experienced anything similar to what I'm about to tell you, please let me know. So it was 2013, and little 12-year-old me was laying in bed. It was probably about 10 p.m., I'm assuming because that's when I usually went to bed. I was laying on my side, facing a wall, and I heard walking that sounded fairly close to me. I thought nothing of it because I thought that maybe it was my sister or something going to use the bathroom. From what I can remember, the walking was very slow-paced, which I thought was weird. The walking then stopped, but I didn't hear the door open for the bathroom, and I know that I would have heard it because it's just across from my bedroom. After a while of facing the wall, I decided to turn onto my other side, which would mean I would now be facing my open door. When I flipped over, I gasped and froze. I couldn't move at all, and I was holding my breath. And I'll never forget what I saw. It was a tall man, dressed in a long black coat, with a big hat on. The man was very tall, and I know this may sound odd, but he was darker than the pitch-black darkness that swallowed my room. He was standing in the furthest corner, in my room, just staring at me. He didn't move whatsoever, and neither did I. I don't know how long I was frozen staring at him, holding my breath. It could have only been a minute, but it felt like forever. I can't describe the terror that came over me when I saw him standing there. I can't even remember what I was thinking at the time. Then, I woke up in the morning. I don't even remember falling asleep or exhaling. I just woke up. Now, some of you may be thinking, that was all probably a dream, maybe even sleep paralysis. I would think that too, had it not been for the 2 large footprints in the carpet, right where I saw him standing the night before. I did take a picture of the footprints, but sadly, that picture is gone. I've looked for it everywhere, and I just can't find it. So, you'll have to take my word for it. I told my sister about what I'd experienced the next morning, and she said, "Have you ever heard of the Hat Man?" I said no, and she explained to me who he was. After researching a bit, I found that there are a few people who have also seen this man, and they also say he doesn't do anything but stare at them. It has been 8 years, and I haven't seen him since. Maybe it was all in my imagination, but it felt so real. I refused to sleep in my room for years after that because I was afraid I'd see him again. Luckily, I never did, and I hope I never do. So this has to be one of my fondest interactions between myself and other beings. I went into the meditation with the hopes of making contact with the same beings that I had previously made contact with. But I got something much more exciting. First, I began with my normal meditation techniques, using a custom-made crystal grid antenna array consisting of high vibrational crystals, such as rose quartz, moldavite, amethyst, merlinite, aura quartz, selenite, and lapis, along with others. Once I had that set up, I began to clear my mind, ground myself, and expand my consciousness so that I can become one with my surrounding energies and the universe itself. Once I felt ready, I pushed my consciousness far out into the universe so that I could meet with anyone who was willing to do the same. I showed whoever was listening visions of our solar system and our planets, which planet I was on, where my home was. I introduced myself and my family, and I began to show them who we were and what we were like. By this time in my meditation, I could feel myself bleeding out and becoming one with everything. I was everything, and everything was me. I could see every single vein in my body exploding with blue and white energy, flowing down into the earth and spreading out, touching everything and everyone. I could see and feel everything that was, is, and ever will be within this existence. All of a sudden, I was shown what looked like a galaxy of some sort, medium-sized, very white, sandy color, cloudy, with a bright center, and two smaller arms, like shark fin-shaped, spiral galaxy arms. I was then shown a star system with 4 inner planets, one large, possibly gaseous planet with a ring, and maybe 2 smaller outer planets that were all spinning around this star very fast. The main planet, which I believe to be theirs, was very Earth-sized, with a sandy brown color and patches of blue and green. Their atmosphere looked blue and purple, very thin. Next, I saw a family of beings wearing what looked like very thin, fine, blue, white silk robes. They had what looked like pale purple skin. They were very happy and loving. They had large, flat, angular faces, and they had what looked like normal-sized eyes, noses, mouths. Very human, yet very not. I was then shown what I now know to be memories of these beings. I saw these strange hills of blue and green, orange land. I saw a medium-sized planet or moon just over that hill with a small, very dim light, about 2/3 the brightness of our own. surrounded in a dense cloud of sandy white dust. I saw homes in the sides of the hills, and they looked like domed, honeycomb-like structures, very simple and made out of a strange, pasty white cement-like stone. I have no idea what material it actually was. That's just my best description. I saw the being standing in front of their home, almost like a family portrait. They were happy and all looking at me, like they were introducing themselves to me, or perhaps saying goodbye. I'm not sure. They smiled at each other, and then all smiled at me. The taller beings in the back, with their hands on the shoulders of what I assume was their children, in front of them. After it happened, and after I returned, I was left with a sense of awe and a longing to go back. This experience has been absolutely breathtaking, and I myself have trouble knowing it happened. I shared my life and location, and someone across the universe shared theirs. It was truly an amazing experience, and I can't imagine what else is out there for me to explore. Back when I was 10 years old, I had a strong fever that corrupted my body, and I became very ill. When I get sick, I don't like to sleep in my bed. Instead, I gather my blankets and pillows and fall asleep on the floor. One day, my parents came in to check on me to see whether I was doing good or not. Suddenly, a tall man wearing pure dark clothing, covering his whole body, was walking slowly in the hallway. My bedroom door was open. I couldn't see his hands, his feet, or face, but he looked old by the way of his back and his walk. To me, back then, he was very scary. He didn't make a single noise, nor was I able to hear his footsteps. Our house was very quiet and clean, and I could see everything clearly. He almost looked like he was floating above the ground, but walking at the same time. I was totally shocked. He walked all the way to my parents' room at the end of the hallway. The moment that he was at the front of my parents' bedroom door, I told my parents, who were standing next to me, looking down at me. I told them, "Turn around and look at the strange man entering your room." As they turned their heads, they saw absolutely nothing. And my dad told me, "Relax. It's just the fever that makes you hallucinate and see unreal things." I was like, "Okay, yeah, you're right, Daddy. I'm just seeing things." As time passed, I almost forgot about that weird incident and didn't care about it at all. But there's still a part of me that believes in the shit that I saw when I was young. This is my first submission to your channel. My uncle told me a story once that really creeped me out. I also fact-checked it with my dad, as he's my uncle's brother, and apparently witnessed all this mess go down too, but decided not to glorify it as a badge of pride like my uncle did. He was also more than a little bit pissed at his brother for sharing such a horrific story with me. I was just in primary school at the time. My dad's genuine irritation alone was enough to squash any doubt that I had. All right, here we go. When they were in middle school, they were riding their bikes home from class on an afternoon like any other day. Lately, every day on their route, they'd pass by an apartment unit that was being built. Just plywood foundations and glass windows. A 3-story shell of what it would eventually be. There was always at least 7 to 10 construction workers at a time, putting in work on the property. The sidewalk was closed on the corner due to this construction, So my uncle and dad would have to get off their bikes to cross the street at the crosswalk, then cross the street again to become parallel with the direction they were originally going, like an L shape, putting the building under construction across the street from them as they continued. But on the day my uncle refers to in his story, there was a construction worker standing on the sidewalk that they were walking towards, across from the building being built. The whole time they're approaching, he's staring at them, almost to the point where they're thinking that he's going to tell them that both sidewalks are closed now, or something, bouncing serious, direct eye contact between them every couple of seconds, until they finally reach the side that he's on. Now, this is when my dad plays a significant role in the story because him, being, as my uncle described, a little hellion growing up, says to the construction worker, "Can we walk here, or are you just trying to eye fuck me?" The construction worker maintains eye contact, but doesn't get mad or even flinch at the vulgarity being thrown his way, which my uncle says caught them both off guard. The man simply laughed and replied, "No, but watch this," pointing across the street at the unit under construction. My dad and uncle are trying to figure out what specifically he's pointing at when they hear glass shatter from the third floor across the street. A window being installed has broken, and my uncle and father watch as a 4 to 5 foot piece of glass comes hurling down and straight into another construction worker's chest. The force takes him backwards, off his feet, and for a brief moment, being propped up by the impaled glass until the shards crumble, allowing his body to collapse in the gravel. The blood spray looked like graffiti across the new plywood exterior of the building, my uncle recalled, and a pool instantly gathered beneath him. The construction workers all dropped their tools. Some began shouting "Call 911" and running for the closest available open business for a landline. Most men surrounding the body stopped short of the circular red border that encompassed their motionless coworker. All of them in a panicked disbelief. Some are unable to see the carnage and turn away, but remain circled, almost to protect the public from viewing its horror. Unfortunately, my dad and uncle got to see it happen from start to finish. No amount of crowd coverage could block out the image from their mind. Both of them, in shock at what they saw, get back on their bikes and pedal away as hard as their legs can push them. My dad kept looking back and shouting, "Oh my God, I can't believe that just happened." My uncle said he personally couldn't turn around and look again and was shouting at my dad to stop turning around. The company cleaned up the incident, and they were back to work the next week. But riding down that street every day, my uncle said he couldn't. He kept replaying what he saw in his head. My dad's coping mechanism was to completely block it out and to not talk about it. Eventually, they found a different route to school and home, agreeing an extra 4 blocks was worth it not to pass that area anymore. Later, while I fact-checked this wild story with my dad, I asked, "Why did you keep turning around to look when Uncle Joey was yelling at you?" And he says, "At first, he did look back to see the accident, but in doing so, he also saw the same construction worker that had initially stopped them, still staring at them as they rode away." My dad even did a double take, thinking, yep, that guy didn't move at all. He didn't go check on his fallen coworker. On his last glance before turning out of view, the guy was still in the same place across the street. Hearing these accounts all together, out of pure empathy, I don't make my father retell it. I did ask him to drive me by it once, and he said that so much has changed in that town. I don't think I remember where it is, meaning, no thank you. So, that's where this story ends. Did seeing that alter my dad's timeline? I'm sure seeing anything insane like that would affect someone in some way, right? Should I keep talking to him about it? Is this a repression that needs expelling further? Or should I leave it be? I wouldn't want my dad to have some PTSD breakdown. But I'm also curious if he'd feel lighter just talking about it from start to finish. His version, rather than fill in my uncle's rendition. Your thoughts are eagerly awaited. This is yet another long story, but probably my second scariest experience I've ever had. I'll get to posting my scariest when I have time, but this one takes place during my high school years, living in an apartment in Hawaii. One evening, preparing to go out to the park next to the apartments and relax myself, I'm standing by my window. My windows faced out towards the mountains and a highway. I also happened to share a wall with the bathroom, and was facing the very way the bathroom window faced. It was also where the AC unit was located. So I'm standing in front of my window, freezing myself in preparation to face the humid Hawaii weather, just feeling happy and ready to go downstairs. I loved the view from that window. I loved looking out into the mountains and down the walls, just admiring the height. It was one of the original reasons I wanted to live there. I love height. I love the sensation of strong winds. I love being able to scope out the world from up high and all the possibilities of the day. So I'm just admiring the view, looking down to see the sheer drop of the wall that ended in the walkway to the connected parking garage. When I see her, clear as day and as awkward as a newborn fowl, it's a woman, pale-skinned and very, very long, thick black hair. She's moving disjointedly up the wall, as though confused on how to use her own limbs. I'm thinking, what the fuck is wrong with her? And it doesn't even register to me just yet, the fact that this is not a woman on the ground, drunkenly flailing around at the wall trying to get a grip. This is a woman actually standing on the wall of the apartment, staggering around, trying to get her bearings. When I realize this, a shiver runs down my back. Remembering the weird, jittery way she moved still gives me goosebumps. I just had to look out my work's break room window to confirm I'm safe and that it's daylight. Anyway, I realized this was not even remotely normal. As if sensing my thoughts, this woman abruptly stops her movements. Her body turns, and what might have been a head snaps up to look at me. I don't remember a face, only a mass of black hair, and as if she'd remembered how to use her limbs, she's suddenly spider-crawling up the wall at speeds not physically possible, charging towards my window on the 22nd floor. In a panic, without even bothering to turn on any of my lights, I simply grab my curtains and throw them over the window. Everything in my room is dark now. I can't see, but as I figure, she can't see me either. I am panting. I hear nothing. My AC is still whirling away. Maybe it was my imagination. So I gather my courage, pick up my metaphorical piss-soaked panties and put them on, and peek out the curtain. Gone. She's screaming. And before I can really process it, I see that same woman screaming, falling from the roof. She's hurtling toward the concrete floor where a couple are located walking in from the parking lot. I see no reaction from the couple in regards to this screaming woman about to splatter them when she simply disappears. I slam my curtains shut again, and I kept them that way ever since. I would get very upset if someone opened them, to the point of leaving the room until they were drawn again. It took years for me to be comfortable in a room with curtains open during the daylight, and I still can't sleep in a room unless all the curtains are drawn closed. Growing up, my family has been subject to the paranormal in many ways: visual, audio, smelling, and touching. My father was a non-believer until the day he died, always made a logical reason for the bump or the bang. Our basement was a nice, cool place to be, essentially in the summer months, as it retained its cooler temperature. For as long as we can remember, a spirit remained down there and was receptive to the company of the living. We used to play Monopoly at the dining room table, and we would hear the squeaky stairs, and then we would go look at the door as the knob jiggled. Sometimes the door opened, and sometimes just the jiggle. As if some days it had the energy, and others not. When my mother would do laundry, she only went to the basement in the company of one of our 2 black Labradors, Duke and/or Duchess. She hated going down there because she was the very religious one, and just hated the feeling of someone behind her. I would go down there and sleep often, as my dad was too cheap to install an AC unit, and it was much cooler. I never really felt scared, but I did know I was not alone. Often, I would hear the light switch click on and off. I remember my bike was flipped upside down and had the little beads on the spokes that would tinker-tanker as the kid spun a tire slowly. One time, he must have gotten spooked because I got spooked. He spun the tire when I was down there watching TV. I got up and started to leave the basement thinking, not today, not today. And I felt him behind me, as if escorting me out. I started to run, and I felt the adrenaline, as if my friend was about to take me in a game of tag. My dad was an electrician and installed the metal switches with the lights, green and red, indicating current or no current flow. The switches controlled everything from each individual light and the TV. Imagine a circuit breaker, and that's how the electricity was controlled. You could hear these metallic clicks from 100 feet away. After we did some digging, we learned through the library that a kid, Stephen, hung himself as a teenager from severe depression. It was not uncommon for patients to be untreated back in the day. It was sometime in 52 or 53 that this happened, if I remember correctly. My hair just stood up as I recall this next bit. In the laundry room, directly behind the washer and dryer, was our furnace. Above and just off to the side remained the pulley that the young man attached to the joist. This is why my mother hated doing laundry. As soon as the dogs acted funny or raised their hair on their backbone, she was out of there like a bat out of hell. The kid never did anything malicious, but he got satisfaction knowing that he got to you. As long as you could close your eyes, let the chills pass through you, as you kind of raise your head and cocked it as if you wanted to say something but were holding it in. It passed, and then you could continue to do what you were doing. I think he liked my mom the most because she never stood her ground, and besides that one time I ran, I usually did. I think what really gets under my skin was the cat that left no footprints in the winter. Well, that's a story for another time. I don't remember when this exactly happened. I just remember that I was in high school. I'm 26 now. So years ago, my best friend had just recently got back in contact with his biological dad. I didn't have a good relationship with him as he left my friend and his mom early on and became a drug addict. That's not important. What's important is that my friend started to have a relationship with him again. And my friend had invited me and a couple of our other friends to go hang out and spend the night at his dad's. There were 4 of us in total, including me. My friend's dad was a bit weird. We'd decided to walk to the corner store, and he asked us to basically steal a couple of traffic cones the city had out for construction nearby on our way back. So I didn't really like him, and I didn't take a lot of what he said seriously. Didn't seem like a great person still. So when he told us later that day that the 2nd floor of his barn or work shed was haunted, I just scoffed. Figured that he was just trying to scare his son and his friends. We straight up told him BS. So he took us to his computer and showed us some pictures that he'd taken up there. He told us about this weird mist that only appears in photos. If you just shine a light through it, you won't see it. Sure enough, in the photos, there's a weird mist. I just think it looks like dust, until he reaches for a specific photo. When it pops up, the first thing I see is a skull with faded red eyes. The mist in the photo was forming this skull, clear as day. We were all freaked out by this, but naturally, being dumb teens, we want to investigate. We got flashlights, and I grabbed my camcorder to use as a voice recording device. We didn't have much else. I think I could have used my phone at the time, but I had no idea how to do that. Before we head up in the barn, my friend's dad warns us not to move anything up there because the spirit doesn't like it when stuff gets moved. So we head up the stairs. While we're up there, it's basically pitch black, since there's no windows. But if there was, it was later in the day, so it would still be pretty dark. We also all get this extremely uneasy feeling as soon as we reach the top of the stairs. First thing we test is the mist. We shine the flashlights and just see random crap and tools up there. Looks like a hoarder's house. But no mist or dust or anything of the sort. So I pull out my phone and snap a couple pictures with the flash on. And sure enough, when we look at the pictures, there's a misty fog that can be seen in the pictures, but not with just the flashlight. Nothing was forming it. It was just random shapes, but it still creeped us out. Next thing I did was hit record on the camcorder, and I started just asking random questions. You know, like the ghost hunters on TV did at the time. I don't remember exactly what I asked, but I'm pretty sure they were typical. Who are you? How did you die? As I'm asking questions, one of my friends accidentally kicked a dumbbell, and we just get super silent as we hear it roll for a few seconds. As we sat in the dark, with no one saying a word, my best friend pipes in really quick saying maybe we should leave. We all agree and start hurriedly going down the stairs. Our 2 friends are in front of me. I'm second to last and my best friend is behind me. As we're going down, my best friend behind me starts shouting, "Go, go, 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 hurry," and starts like shoving us to go faster. When we got to the bottom, he told us that he felt something big and menacing behind him and was terrified to look back. While we were down there, we also went through the camcorder to see if I picked anything up. After one of my questions, you can hear someone clearly say, "Get out," in a calm, deep voice. I've never been to that house again. I really wish I could find that camcorder, because I guarantee that recording is still on it. For some context, I lived with my brother and parents in a flat in the north part of the city. Due to a legal procedure, we were evicted from that flat, so we split up. My parents and brother went to live in a flat near that area, and because I had no money to pay rent, my aunt offered to let me live in the second house she and her husband have. This house was located in the east zone of the city, a bit far from my work in the area that I used to live in for more than 20 years. However, it sounded like a promising way to start my independence. The house is located in a zone that is not very safe, and the periphery around the house is a bit shady. But it is worth it to say that it's a really big house, with big metallic doors, big kitchen and living room areas, 4 double bedrooms, 2 complete bathrooms, an extra service room, and a little chapel. Second side note, my uncle studied to be a priest, and then he studied psychoanalysis. He was a very well-educated man, and he knew a lot about black magic, tarot, exorcisms, that kind of stuff. And third side note, this house was used as the consultory house, so anything related to therapy or any other kind of stuff that he needed to sort out was dealt with in this house. Conferences, seeing patients, etc. So the first night I arrived, I had a spooky feeling about it. I went into my room and had difficulties falling asleep. Then at about 2300 hours, I heard 3 massive bangs coming from inside the closet. I shit myself and called my aunt. She said that was because of the neighbors, but to be honest, the sound was too loud to be the neighbors. Every night I came home from work, I felt quite agitated and anxious. After closing the main door, I had to run upstairs to turn the lights on until I got to my room. Once inside my room, I usually avoided any other areas around the house. The only other area that I would go into at night was the bathroom, which was next to my room. Some creepy noises were common during the night. It was also common to hear a window opening, which was even more scary. One day, my girlfriend stayed overnight with me, so she went into all the rooms in the house, checking everything just to find anything spooky. She found a cassette that was supposedly a therapy session, according to the label. But when we played it, it was my uncle speaking with a woman, and this woman was saying that she had a headache. Suddenly, she said, "The voices in my head are trying to say something." Then my uncle asked what they were saying. And completely out of the blue, the woman started speaking with a very deep, guttural voice and said something in a language that we couldn't understand at all. Then my uncle asked her to explain herself, and the guttural voice said something else, and then the cassette stopped. After this situation, more creepy things started to happen in the house. Suddenly, a lot of big and creepy spiders and scorpions were seen around just the upstairs rooms. One night, when we were playing cards, something moved the main deck from the middle of the table to the left corner of it. I barely sleep. I started to leave the side table lamp on all night, and I used to sleep from 2 or 3 a.m. till about 5 a.m. There was a really creepy feeling around the house, and there were some areas to avoid. The main ones were the kitchen, the chapel, and the room where we found the cassette. If you were there, you could easily feel that someone was behind you. Finally, I said all of this to my cousin, and she explained it to her father, my uncle, the one that did the exorcism in the house. And he said there was something wrong with the house, but for him, it wasn't too bad. He said the audio tapes were just to prove that this kind of thing or things were real and relatively common. I lived there for just 2 months, but felt like I was there for ages. As a fun fact, the only person that used to go there regularly was my uncle and my girlfriend. But my aunt just went there once when I was moving out, and she stayed in the car parking area the whole time. Some months after I moved, I asked her why she didn't go to that house regularly, and she said that she doesn't like it because she knows the house is haunted. And then she started laughing. These incidents occurred when my boyfriend and I lived in Dixon, California, a few years ago. The house wasn't very old, but given that the town is home to the oldest running fair on the West Coast, we weren't in the newest part of town either. As far as I know, no one died in this house either. Our first week in the house, I was using the bathroom while my boyfriend and our roommate were in the garage. It was about 3 or 4 p.m. I got a weird feeling, so I tried to hurry the fuck up. I just felt panicked, but assumed it was a panic attack, which I had a diagnosis for. I went out the bathroom and turned left to go to the garage. I almost ran smack into a shadowy figure of a woman about my height. Honestly, all I remember was hair and shadow, because before it even registered in my conscious brain, my flight instinct had me running the opposite way and out the front door. I told the guys what happened. They kinda nodded, cracked a few jokes, and then we all continued what we were doing. Fast forward a few months later, I'm home alone, just finished cleaning my room, and was waiting for my boyfriend to come home with dinner. My dogs were both in the room with me, and I had closed the door but left it slightly opened. I heard faint footsteps come from down the hall, and got the sense that we weren't alone. My dogs also looked at the door. It slowly opened, just a bit more, when the footsteps stopped. It felt more curious than anything. So I stated firmly that this was my room, and if you have kind intentions, then you're more than welcome to hang out with us. But good vibes only. I then patted the end of my bed and went back to my phone. After a minute or so, I felt something sit on my bed. I looked up, smiled, and said good vibes to you as well. It felt very peaceful. I went back to my phone. 10 minutes later, the weight on my bed lifted, and I could feel footsteps across the floor, towards the door. My dogs picked up and ran out the door. I didn't feel weird, so I just said out loud, "Thank you for hanging out and not making it weird." And I went back to my phone. About 5 minutes after that, I hear my front door open, and I hear my boyfriend come inside. He didn't say hello or acknowledge me, which was kind of weird. I walked out, excited to tell him about my ghost experience. As soon as I finished my story, he looked at me funny and goes, "So, that wasn't you in the front window when I got here?" I looked at him funny and told him I'd been in my room the whole time. He told me that he parked and was sending a text to his dad when he looked over and saw what he assumed to be me, since it was definitely a woman, looking through a slightly pulled back curtain. As soon as he looked, the figure let the curtain drop. He thought I was watching him for whatever reason. When he came inside, he fully expected me to be on the couch, but when he saw that I was in my room, he got kind of pissy about it. We both agree that it had to be the ghost. I was the only woman living in the house at the time. Another weird thing about the house was that during the day, while my boyfriend and roommates were at work, I would randomly hear someone washing dishes. Sometimes I would sigh relief and think that my slobbish roommate was finally doing the dishes that he'd let pile up in the sink. When I would later go out and expect to see a clean sink in the kitchen, I would be very confused to see that the dishes had not been touched. Not one. Yet here I had heard clear as day someone doing the dishes in our kitchen. We never had any negative encounters except maybe the semi-scary first time I saw her. I like to think that she was the best roommate we ever had. I definitely felt nothing but peace whenever I would feel a presence in the house after our good vibes conversation. Me and some friends were counselors at a music camp in Northern California, and we always stayed in this super old dorm that was a hospital at one point. My friend Nate was into those ghost hunting shows, and we used to do this thing in the dorm late at night called an EVP session. Basically, you do an AMA with spirits and try to get them to answer questions while recording it, hoping you pick up some paranormal audio. We never took it too seriously. It was mostly something we did for fun after a few drinks. Well, one night we start doing this session, and we start hearing some bumps and sounds in relation to the questions we asked. We're still kind of joking around, going, "Yeah, right." But we feel the room getting a little quieter. Then one of us asks, "What is your name?" A few moments go by, and we hear Nate ask, "That was a joke, right?" He had his headphones hooked into his recorder, and we sat watching him, puzzled, because he had this look on his face. He heard something that we didn't. After some discussion, we played back the audio through the speakers on the recorder so everyone could hear. "What is your name?" we hear our friend ask. We hear a whisper, but clear as a bell, something we didn't hear before. "I'm Timothy." When I was in my late teens, early 20s, I was staying at a friend's house. It was a big, old house that didn't give off any weird vibes. That afternoon, I was walking through the living room, which was pitch black, curtains closed, and no lights on. I ended up tripping on a vacuum cleaner. I was about to fall when I felt a hand on my chest push me back up. No one was there. I was a little freaked out, but I brushed it off and went on with life. I went to bed later and woke up during the night to see a lady sitting at the end of my bed. She was wearing an old-looking nurse uniform with a white bandana. She was just watching me. I didn't feel scared or unsafe. It was just a calm feeling. I closed my eyes, and when I opened them again, she was gone. That morning, I told my friend and her parents about it. Her mother went and grabbed a book from the shelf full of old photos. Their house used to be a place where people would come to give birth, like a hospital, but just for birthing. While looking through the book, I saw a picture of the midwife I saw. It was an odd experience, and not at all creepy. I like to think that she was making sure I was okay and keeping me safe. This happened in mine and my husband's first house, several months after our oldest son was born. We lived in the house for almost 4 years before he arrived, but we'd never experienced anything like this before. It's actually the only time I've ever experienced something I'd consider paranormal, whereas my husband claims his grandma's home was haunted growing up. Either way, this experience shook the both of us in a whole new way. We'd finally decided to move our son into his nursery. For the first 6 or 7 months, he slept in our room, in his own bassinet. But we decided it was time to get him adjusted to his crib and his bedroom. So we gathered our strength and made it happen. We dug out the baby monitors that my mom had gotten us months prior to set up security, if you will. Granted, this was 1997, so they weren't anything fancy, but enough to help us feel better about our choice to move our son to his room. In addition to the baby monitors, we'd put one of those moving night lights in his room, the ones where the lampshade would project pictures onto the wall, moving slowly. This one was made up of friendly, fun sea creatures, and our son loved it. The first night that we actually slept separately from our son, we both woke up at the same time. My husband looked at me, and we listened to the monitor for a minute, but it was quiet. It didn't appear that our son had woken us up. So what had happened? I almost just went back to sleep, calling it jitters. But my husband sort of grabbed my arm, not hard or anything, but firm, and he whispered, "What the hell?" while looking straight ahead. Following his gaze, I could see that each of the 4 dresser drawers had been pulled open. I turned on the light and we both hopped out of bed. It was around 2 a.m., and we were not sure what was going on. So we didn't really speak out loud, just with our eyes. My husband grabbed his military knife and motioned for me to follow him. I did, and he handed me another smaller knife, which I held tight, continuing to follow his lead. Me against the wall, him in front of me, walking towards the baby's room and leaving no blind spots as we did. When we got to the room, my husband opened the door, swiftly and with force, but quietly. Just our son, fast asleep. No one else. My husband tells me to stay with the baby while he checks the house. I ask him to please call 911, and he tells me that as soon as he gets downstairs, he will. And he says he's going to shut the door. Once he does, I set the knife down, and I pick up my son and sit, rocking him back and forth, staring off at the fun sea creatures dancing on the walls. It was comforting. After sitting or rocking for a while, I start to feel a bit warmer. Not a fever or anything, but best described as how it feels when someone sits real close to you. You can feel their body heat. While feeling this, I'm looking down at my son, debating if he looks or feels warm, but he looks comfortable, still sleeping soundly. Suddenly, a mitten on my son's left hand flies off in a way that it might if someone had ripped it off hastily. He wasn't moving his hands, and this hadn't woken him up, but it got me up. I was now standing, breathing a bit heavier and wondering where in the heck my husband was. Moments later, my husband opens the door. It scared me at first. I just really wanted the sound of footsteps approaching to be his footsteps. When they were indeed his, I was so relieved. I leaned over and hugged him with my open arm, telling him rapidly, "We gotta get out of this room." He wasn't whispering any longer, telling me, "Okay, let's go back to our room, or even downstairs." He started to shuffle us out, saying the police were going to send someone by. He said that he checked everywhere in the house, and that no one could possibly be inside. He seemed to feel better, but I was still a bit afraid. We made our way to the family room, which was on the first floor. Center of the house, really. You could see the whole area from the top of the stairs and from 2 of the bedroom doorways, our room and the baby's room. From where I was sitting, I could see the nightlight reflecting off my son's walls, so I watched them again. This time, I was a little bit wary of the room, though. I couldn't help but wonder what the heck I had actually experienced up there. But I just tried to keep my cool while we waited for the police. My husband asks me what I'm staring at, and I told him our son's room, and then I told him what I'd felt in there, which at first he sort of smiled at, but then in all sincerity he told me, "Maybe it's a ghost." To which I said, "Excuse me?" He didn't elaborate. Probably the loud knock on the front door. The police were here now, and they were waiting for us to let them in. Long story short, there was no guy, no person, at least not in our house, and not the surrounding areas. The officers had checked, as soon as my husband's call came in. It was a rather quiet night in town. I wasn't having it, though. At least not that night. I told my husband, let's get a hotel, have our parents and such search the place again tomorrow. He said he would stay at the house, but send me and our son to his mom's house. And so that's where we went. By the next night, maybe even 2 nights had passed, my husband had convinced me to come home. We were on the phone and he told me that the home was fine. He had decided that maybe we had overreacted. For a bit, I guess I agreed with him. When he picked us up from his mom's later that day, I asked him what he thought about the mitten incident, the one that flew off of our son's hand. He just smiled again, and I asked, what about? And he just said he thought I had nothing to worry about. Think of it like a guardian angel or something. No harm has come of this thing, right? I told him that he couldn't be serious, that if he thought our house was haunted, let's go, like now, back to his mom's. Then we sort of found a way to laugh it off. Finally. By the time we pulled into our driveway, I was very excited to sleep in our bed, happy to be home, and I actually felt sort of silly for making such a fuss. My husband put our son down in his room, and then he joined me on the couch with the baby monitor. I remember laying there as we sort of nodded off and watched some late-night TV. Above the TV are the 2 bedroom doors. My peripherals are on my son's bedroom doorway, but I'm only keeping it there in the event that something about it changes. Nodding in and out a bit, and then I'm wide awake, sitting straight up. My husband saying something like, whoa, or what's wrong, but I just turn his head to the upstairs, and he sees the same thing that I am. The fun sea creature light is spinning rapidly, or at least it's projecting as though it is. I tell my husband to go and turn it off. Just as I do, we hear some sort of sound, maybe something falling or moving. We know that it came from our son's room, though, because we hear it both inside the house and through the baby monitor. He hops up, runs upstairs, heads into the room, and he's gone for a minute. When he comes back out, the baby is in his arms, and he also has the diaper bag. He calmly asks me to grab our bags, which were still by the door, and to follow him to the car. We get settled into the car, and he tells me that he needs to run inside and grab some overnight stuff and to lock the doors. Then he's gone. So I do. I locked the doors, and I turned on the headlights, just wanting to illuminate all the darkness. Husband dashes outside, got a handful of stuff, and without a word, he buckles in and starts to back out of the driveway. We start heading back to his mom's house. I hadn't even asked what happened up to this point, but 5 or so minutes into driving, I had to know. He was checking to see if the baby was asleep, like he could actually understand what he was about to tell me. It was sweet, but also a little unsettling, because he, my not scared of anything husband, was truly scared. After a while, he just said, "We're gonna stay with Mom for a minute and then figure out the rest later. Maybe sell the damn place. It's too small anyways." I remember thinking, sell the house? I didn't say it though. He just looked uncomfortable, trying to get more out, but having a hard time saying it. It opened up his drawers. When I went up there, the light was going nuts and his drawers were wide open. We can't stay there. And so we didn't. We got our stuff, but we never stayed there again. And we didn't bring our son there. In the end, we had the place blessed, handed over the keys, and haven't really ever looked back, other than to talk about remember when, which isn't exactly frequent. Basically, I don't miss that house, not even a little bit. I'm a first-time poster. My friend told me I should make an account and share this story here. It's actually my grandpa's story. He retired in 2015 from the Lake and Peninsula School District in Alaska. He worked in the transportation department, traveling among several rural schools around Chignik, driving the few children who attended back and forth from their homes in a small white rickety bus. But it had, and I quote, a stacked horn that sounds like a train caboose to scare the wolves. This was a weird comment, so I asked, why do you scare the wolves? Kind of grossed out that he invested money into a stacked horn just to startle the wildlife. He says, no, for protection. Chignik had a big wolf problem about a decade ago. That peaked during 2010. One Monday evening, a 32-year-old special education teacher, who, for privacy purposes we'll call Kathy, was preparing for a jog. Having recently moved from Pennsylvania, she was an outdoor enthusiast and avid runner, looking forward to exploring the trails of her new community near Chignik Lake. Reviewing a route that she'd created on an app on her phone, she turned on her playlist, popped in her earbuds, and began her run on the deserted 3-mile road leading out from the village to its small airstrip. About an hour in, she was nearing her halfway point when Kathy noticed the route ahead was blocked by 2 big wolves. This being her first time probably ever experiencing a real wild animal in its natural environment, she didn't know what to do in the instance that you came across a wolf. But it probably wouldn't have helped her much anyways in this scenario, because when she turned around to run in the opposite direction, she discovered 4 more wolves had approached from behind, now surrounding the 5-foot school teacher. The 6 wolves then proceeded to attack and kill Kathy. Her body was found by snowmobilers a short time after the attack. It had been dragged off the road, and her body had been partially eaten. What internal organs remained were spread out down the road from the wolves. The police said that she was in an unrecognizable condition. Chunks of her face and neck were missing. Her items, her phone, were the only means to identify who she was. This was obviously a horror show for the village, with the parents opting to drive their children to and from school, and all recesses being moved to indoors for the remainder of the year. My grandpa said it took a few days for a group of hunters to locate and shoot down the wolves, confirming they were Kathy's assailants by human DNA still being in their stomachs, later confirmed to be Kathy's. My grandpa said the weirdest part was that none of these wolves were starving or sick with rabies. They just seemingly attacked this woman, unprovoked. The shaken-up community still hasn't recovered from the tragedy. Not fully, anyway. They were broken when they were forced to gaze upon the extreme violence. Violence that was offered up by the natural, lurking predators within their otherwise serene village. And on that, I'll end this with how I see a lot of people conclude their stories. So, scary pack of wolves that ate a school teacher back in 2010? Let's not meet. Just a heads up, this may challenge your religious beliefs, and I'm not doing that intentionally. I'm just saying it how it happened. The sister I never knew I had visited my other sister during her out-of-body experience. Okay, so when I was young, my mother would always take us to church. The church that we were going to at the time was a spiritual Pentecostal church. I was about 12 at the time, my sister 7. We had soaking sessions, often. Basically just getting lost in worship. My mom, younger sister, and I were at one of these soaking sessions when my sister went into an unconscious state. This lasted about 5 minutes. She was breathing fine, wasn't convulsing or anything like that, no fever. This wasn't a medical episode, as far as we knew. When she came to, she said that she'd had an out-of-body experience where she went to heaven, met Jesus, and a girl. She described the girl as an older teenager with dark hair, and that she looked like our mother. She said that the girl told her she was her sister, to send love to the family and let them know that she was happy and looking forward to meeting us one day. I was perplexed because, to my knowledge, we never had another sister. My mom instantly broke into tears. She knew exactly who the girl was. Later that evening, she gathered us around at home, my sister, my older brother, and myself. And she told us about 2 years before she had my older brother, she found out that she was pregnant with a girl. However, she was pressured into an abortion. She'd never told any of us before. She said that the baby would have been in her late teens by now, and that the girl my sister met in her out-of-body experience was our older sister that we never got to meet. My mom carried guilt for all those years, but this gave her comfort, knowing her baby girl wasn't lost forever. Something has haunted my family for years, which caused Ed and Lorraine Warren to visit my mother in college. But we're still being haunted to this day. My mother went to Eastern Washington University and stayed in one of the houses that the locals rented out to college students. I can't give the exact age of the house, but it was old enough to have a built-in button on the floor that would call up to the servants in the attic. So the house was relatively old. During her studies, she had 3 different roommates. My uncle was the first, who then was replaced by my mother's best friend, who was replaced by my father. All 3 of them can confirm strange happenings in this house, including being woken up in the middle of the night with people whispering. The worst of it was in my mother's room and the attic. My mother hated that house, but she didn't have anywhere else to live, and the dorms were expensive. So she sucked it up and lived there until she graduated. She hated sleeping alone. The air in her room constantly felt thick and heavy. Her closet was constantly freezing cold, and at night, she would hear multiple people whispering incoherent words all at once. While living there, my mother had a cat named Puss, who would constantly hide under the bed. One time, my mother caught Puss out from under the bed, sitting, watching, and growling at one of the corners of the room. My mother went over to Puss, confused at what she was looking at, until she saw a black figure in the corner, slowly starting to move upward toward the ceiling. Puss started to become more aggressive, her hissing and growling getting louder, before she freaked out and shot off back under the bed, still growling at the corner, until the black figure was gone. My mother had never seen her cat act like this. Puss was usually a very loving and happy cat, but whatever that was clearly terrified her cat. Sometime later, My mother was talking with a friend who was excited to be touring two famous paranormal investigators around the college and town, showing them supposedly haunted places. My mother brought up the fact that she always has weird stuff happening in her house, and she thinks that it may be haunted. Her friend got excited and begged for her to let her bring them to the house. My mother refused, since she wasn't willing to stay up late for some people that she didn't even know. My mother didn't know at the time who these investigators were, since she never kept up with paranormal stuff, believing that it can lead to more evil in your life. She only knew that they were on quite a few popular talk shows at the time. These two investigators were Ed and Lorraine Warren. Around midnight, my mother's best friend came to her and tells her that there are people at the door wanting to speak to her. Confused, my mother got in her robe and went to the front door. And that's where she saw her tour guide friend, 12 other students, behind Ed and Lorraine Warren. Lorraine asked my mother if they could come in, as their guide had told them it was possible her house was haunted. My mother agreed to let them all in. Lorraine asked my mother where in the house the haunting was most active. My mother told her that it was her bedroom, and that she would take Ed and Lorraine there, but everyone else had to wait. They agreed, and my mother took Ed and Lorraine to her room. When my mother entered her room, she sat on her bed and asked if they could feel it, how heavy the air was. Ed and Lorraine agreed, saying that the air was heavy, like how it was in some of the haunted places they'd been to. Lorraine walked around the room and then to the closet. She asked if she, my mother, could hear voices there. My mother broke down crying and said that she could hear them every night and that it kept her up at night. Lorraine told her that it was possible that her closet is a doorway for those who have passed, or a doorway to something much worse. My mother continued to cry just before Lorraine came over to her and told her the reason this stuff is happening to her is because of her family, that the women have some sort of connection with those beyond, and that it's possible that they're psychics, and that this makes the dead more attracted to her. My mother then told Lorraine about the black figure, which Lorraine told her that wasn't from this house, but was connected to her family, mainly her dad's side, and that it most likely went after her grandfather and her father, and now her. The figure isn't a ghost or a demon, but something pure evil, and that it wants her. Fearful, my mother asked them if they could bless her room, which they did. And after further investigation of the house, Ed and Lorraine told her that her house was the first place that actually showed activity and signs of a haunting in the whole area. After they finished blessing the house, Ed and Lorraine left. Time passed, and my mom's best friend moved out, and my dad moved in. The activity in the house still continued after the blessing. At first, my father was skeptical of the house being haunted, until one night, while sleeping in my mom's bed, he heard the whispering. He asks my mother what she said, and she told him that she didn't say anything. After a few moments of silence between them, she asked if he could hear them. Confused, my father asked what she was talking about, and she told him the whispering. He then agreed that he heard the whispering and asked where it was coming from. She told him that it was coming from the closet and that it happens every night. Sometime after, My father got curious about whether or not the servants button worked. Originally, no one had ever been up to the attic. Both of my parents made their way up to the attic, but never reached the top, since on their way there, both were left feeling like they couldn't breathe. It felt as though the temperatures had dropped to below freezing, and my mother started to panic. She felt like she was being choked. She quickly told my father, "Turn back around," because it felt as though they were not wanted up there. Not wanting to upset my mother more, my father agreed and turned back around, never to go up there again. Once my mother graduated college, they moved out of the house, and strange events continued to happen, no matter where they moved. Around the time I was born, my parents lived in a rather small house with my 2 older brothers. Constantly, our cats would freak out, growling and hissing at the corners of the house. Not only that, but my mother would constantly see this black figure around the house. Later, my family had our new house constructed, and we moved out of our old one. These strange events followed us and got worse. One day when I was around 5, I was walking outside my room to go downstairs. The moment I walked to the balcony, I feel someone grab my arm extremely rough. I turn around, and I just see a black figure holding my arm. I scream for my mother. My mother comes running upstairs, and she sees the black figure. She grabs my arm and tries to pull me away, but the figure will not let me go. She pulls as hard as she can and rips me away from the black figure. As she does, the figure disappears, and a giant hand mark is left on my arm. My mother runs downstairs and screams at my father to get my brothers, and that we're leaving the house until it's blessed. We later had a priest come to the house and bless it. Afterwards, the activity stopped, but growing up, me and my 2nd older brother would constantly have nightmares of this figure in our dreams, doing awful things to us. But it had bright red eyes and would chase us. Nothing else has happened since then, and I still live in the house, but every once in a while, I get this sudden feeling of fear from the staircase. I never go downstairs at night or without the lights on, out of fear that this thing is possibly still there. I had spoken to my mother about the dreams and about the stuff that had happened to her, but she tries to avoid talking about it, since she believes the more we talk about it, the more likely it is that it would come back. She has told me, though, that she spoke with my grandfather about the figure. He refused to talk much about it, ever since the first time she brought it up. He went pale as a ghost. He said that the figure used to torment him as a child, and his dad would tell him about the figure and how it would come for him too. My mother didn't realize it was Ed and Lorraine Warren until we were watching a documentary about them. She pointed out that they were the ones who came to her house. I was speechless, and she was confused when I told her that they were the Ed and Lorraine Warren, the most famous paranormal investigators ever. That they were the ones who started publicly doing paranormal investigations, and that there are famous horror movies that involve their lives. My mother freaks out and tells my father about it, and while my father was shocked, he didn't think much of it. I apologize if my story is a little bit all over the place. This is my best attempt to explain my experience and my mother's, since she doesn't like to talk about it much, out of fear. My parents had bought me a rescue horse. I named him Handsome because he was a very handsome horse. He was left in a field with no grass and only thistles to eat, so he was very skinny. I automatically fell in love with him. I only had him for 6 months because he sadly had to be put down. He had a brain tumor that made him stumble and get confused. But I thought to myself, at least he had a good last 6 months. The vet who put him down got his friend to bury Handsome on the property, free of charge. I was so thankful that I got to know Handsome. He had a beautiful soul, even after being mistreated. Anyways, that afternoon, my mom went out to feed the other horses and our pony. She couldn't find them, so she walked down the hill and around the side, where Handsome was buried. There was our horse and pony, with their heads bowed down toward the grave. 3 of our next-door neighbor's horses broke through our fence and were there, also with their heads bowed. It's like they were having their own little funeral for him. That night I was sitting in the lounge and looking out the window. There was our other horse in the stable, and the pony was standing just outside. But there was a third horse. I got up and looked out the window thinking it was one of our neighbor's horses again. But then it started walking toward the window and then up beside the house. I went out to the side door to get a closer look, but it was gone. I felt an overwhelming sense of warmth, and I started crying. I thought to myself, Handsome came by to say goodbye one last time. In 5th grade, I made friends, or was starting to make friends, with 2 girls who were new to our class. These girls were stepsisters. We'll call them Erica and Erin. I had learned that they moved here in the middle of the previous year, but they were being homeschooled at that time. After summer vacation, Erica told me that her mom decided to put them in public school, since she wouldn't be able to homeschool anymore. I remember thinking that it was the coolest thing ever, that her mom was a teacher, and I thought, I wish my mom could be my teacher. Anyways, since I moved around a lot, I knew what it was like to be the new kid, and so we all got along right away. They seemed great, normal enough for 5th graders. And so a few weeks after our initial meeting, I went to their house. It was the first and only time. That's all it took to realize that things weren't quite right. Their house was on the very edge of town, further away from most of the houses that I'd been to, and further away than my own house. I asked my mom to ride the girls' bus home. It was a different route than my own, but she agreed, as long as I sent her the address and phone number, so she could pick me up before dinner. Getting off the bus and walking to the house, I realized that there weren't many neighbors around, and there were no cars in the driveway. It was a large-scale house from what I remember, Victorian-esque. Outside and from afar, it looked sort of amazing. Up close, you could see that it appeared to be in the middle of a remodel, making it look as though it was falling apart, more or less. Inside, still large-scale, more than 1 floor, big staircase, big windows, pillars, etc. But I also remember it being pretty dark inside. Not evil, just not a lot of light being let in, if that makes sense. My friend's room had their window shades open, but I was curious why the house seemed so dingy. When I went to turn on a light, the switch, it just didn't do anything. I noticed that there were no adults home. I wasn't sure what to make of this. On one hand, I was excited. Big house, new friend, good time. But on the other hand, I worried constantly that I wasn't supposed to be there or something. Even with the feeling of wrongdoing, we got on just fine. We played board games in their room, built a fort in their big living room, and we hung out on the tire swing. It was attached to a huge tree on the side of their house. Everything was kind of perfect, actually. It wasn't until we started playing Hungry Hungry Hippos and actually got hungry ourselves that things didn't really seem right. I'd asked my friends if they had any snacks. They both looked at each other, and then they looked at me. They sort of looked around the house or the room. Not really, just these. They pulled some snacks from their backpack, snacks from school. As they were opening them, I decided to ask where their parents were. And they did that same thing they'd done when I asked about food, looking at one another and then me, but not really answering me. I changed the subject, asking if we could go back out to the tire swing. The two of them were pushing me for a while as I laid on my back on the tire swing. Eventually, they laid on the grass on either side of the tire swing. So I'm looking up towards the second-story window that's in the middle landing of the staircase, and I'm just swinging back and forth. Then, in that window, I see a woman. She's got long red hair, wearing something light-colored, maybe a dress or robe. I try to sit up and stop the tire swing from moving, but it's no use. I just look up at the woman, and she's smiling, waving. I return a gentle wave. "Is that your mom?" I say this and I move my gaze to Erica. Both Aaron and Erica sit up. "Second-story window?" Aaron asks me. "Yeah, where did she go?" I said. "She's dead." Erica says this slightly under her breath. "You saw my mom's ghost. Everyone sees my mom's ghost except me, I guess." Now, being in 5th grade, I didn't handle this incredibly well. At first, I thought they were messing with me, and so I essentially made these girls tell me about the death of their mom or stepmom. I made them search their own house with me to make sure she wasn't really there. In retrospect, it may have even been traumatizing to them, but they were gracious enough to entertain me. After all was said and done, I could find no girl in the house, no woman, no person besides the three of us. As almost dinner time approached, I knew my mom would be arriving soon, and I couldn't wait. I thought about the rumble in my stomach, and I decided I needed to ask my mom if the girls could come to our house for dinner, even if that meant telling her there were no parents here. When she showed up, it felt like she was a bit early. She saw us sitting outside on the tire swing. I told them to wait there and that I was going to ask her if they could come to dinner. Almost immediately, she got to the question of the parents. Apparently, she tried to call the phone number I'd given her, and it was no longer connected. So I told her, "Their parents aren't home, Mom. I don't know why, but they aren't here and there's no food in the house." I think that was enough for my mom, since she immediately agreed and told me to grab the girls and some of their things so they could stay the night. I remember the girls staying with me for a few days. We went to and from school together, but I don't remember us having any deep discussions about the situation as kids. I do remember asking Erin if she really had seen Erica's mom's ghost, and she said that she did. And she also said that her dad did too, before he left or disappeared. Eventually, Erin's mom came to take Erin and Erica back to Utah. We stayed pen pals for a couple of years, but we lost touch in middle school. Fast forward to high school, senior year, my friends and I decide that we're going to visit the old house. see if it's still there or not. We drive out there and realize there's more houses in the area now, but this house is still standing, slightly remodeled, but still standing. It doesn't look occupied, no lights on, no cars in the driveway, but we just drove past to circle around. When we do, we see that the long-standing tire swing is moving back and forth. Not like wind moving it slightly, but really moving like it's being pushed. But we see no one in sight. As I slow the car down, I ask my friends if we should go out and explore. Just before they can answer, I hear someone humming. I ask my friends if they're humming, and they say no, all while the humming continues. I ask if they hear it too. They shake their heads slowly, and one of my friends says, "Maybe we should just get out of here." I agreed, and I start to drive away. I hear from the back seat, "No way." I look in the rear view, and I can see that she's facing, looking out the back window, and I see something glowing, but that's it. "Tell me that you see that couple. It has to be the same woman, your friend's mom, the long hair, the white dress. She's like glowing bright, I swear to God." I thought about turning around, but instead of stopping the car, again, I just kept driving. And I said something like, "Yeah, honestly, you're probably right." Part of me thought that my friend could be messing with me, but at the end of the day, I had seen the same ghost years ago, and at times, I hadn't been believed. So, who was I to be a naysayer? Years later, and I'm talking 2010 when I'm well into my 30s, my mom tells me what really happened with Erica and Aaron, what she learned during that time, and also from Aaron's mom. Their parents bought the house together shortly after getting married, with plans to remodel the whole thing, part home and part schoolhouse. Both of the girls agreed they wanted to do schooling in Colorado with Erica's mom and Aaron's dad. Erica's mom was diagnosed with an aggressive form of cancer, which took her life over the course of just a few months, right before I met the girls. Apparently, the parents enrolled the girls in public school before she had passed, but once she passed away, Aaron's dad had what could only be classified as a mental breakdown. He retreated to the woods not far from their home and shot himself. Authorities wouldn't find him until my mom and a few others had called child services and the local police. She said the first night the girls stayed with us, Erica had confided that she wasn't sure of the last time that she'd seen Aaron's dad, that it had to have been a while since all of the food was gone and the light stopped working. My mom believes the girls were left to fend for themselves for weeks. I told her about the ghost that I'd seen when I was younger, of Erica's mom, and my mom said that she got chills. She said that she had to go back to the house with the officers one day to grab clothes for the girls while waiting for Aaron's mom. She said when she was in their room, she felt a really warm presence with her, like someone had hugged her shoulders. She said that she definitely didn't feel alone in the house. It's sort of a dark story, I know, but it also has some light in it, I think. The girls were reunited with their existing or surviving family. And if I think back to what my friend had said in the car that night, "Tell me that you see that couple," maybe it's possible that they're together again, one way or another.